Hello and welcome in. Thank you so much for everybody who is tuning in on YouTube alongside all of those who have already tuned in on TikTok. And welcome to the 338th episode of the Dean Withers Show. Now, today's episode is very special because we will be covering the State of the Union. For everybody watching on YouTube, but not watching live, but rather just watching the VOD hours after the stream is over, if you want to skip the debates and go straight towards my reaction, Parker's reaction to the State of the Union, fact-checking Donald Trump in real time, then go ahead and skip forward in the VOD approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes. So go to 2:40 in the VOD, and hopefully you should see our reaction to the State of the Union. But anyways, welcome in everybody. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to convince them to change their mind. And as of recently, we've been very effective. I gotta say, the day before yesterday, we experienced probably one of our largest accomplishments yet, where we were able to change a white supremacist's mind in under 45 minutes. Honestly, I've been thinking about that a whole lot. I think it really demonstrates the efficacy of these streams so well, because that was just such an insane and exacerbated example of why what we do here is important. Now, every day before we hop into the debates, we also go over the breaking news. And today's breaking news is probably one of the craziest things we've ever covered on this channel, because it is by far the largest presidential scandal in American history. And I know those words sound a little bit clickbaity, that they sound as if I'm really just blowing a scenario out of proportion, but I'm not. Today, we learned about the bombshell reporting from NPR, corroborated by the oversight Democrats in the House of Representatives, that we now have confirmation Donald Trump illegally hid files accusing him of child rape. And we already knew that the Trump administration was redacting the names of people incriminated, redacting the names of those accused, redacting Trump's name personally over 950,000 times illegally. And quite frankly, we already knew that he probably did illegally redact his names from accusations made against him. But now we have confirmation on it. I'm going to go ahead and read you a portion of NPR's bombshell report on the subject matter made public earlier today. And I quote, "The Justice Department has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor, and NPR investigation finds. It also removed some documents from the public database where accusations against Jeffrey Epstein were also mentioned Trump. Some files have not been made public despite a law mandating their release. These include what to appear more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor." And that's just the start of the story. That's not all, because this was then corroborated by the Democrats in the Oversight Committee of the House of Representatives, you know, the elected officials that actually have access to the unredacted Epstein files, as they went on to say, quote unquote, "For the last few weeks, Oversight Democrats have been investigating the FBI's handling of allegations from 2019 of sexual assault on a minor made by against President Trump by a survivor. Yesterday, we reviewed the unredacted evidence logs at the Department of Justice. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes. Oversight Democrats will open a parallel investigation into this. Since we have learned about the bombshell reporting from NPR on the subject matter, now being corroborated by the Oversight Dems, many other journalistic organizations have launched their own investigations into the same findings, and they've found and come to the same conclusion that yes, Donald Trump illegally hid files alleging that he raped a child." Okay, and like I said, the largest presidential scandal in American history. And we're going to go ahead and hop into debates with Trump supporters now. But before I do, maybe some additional context for the files that are being withheld by the DOJ illegally right now of this allegation of child rape are most likely coming from a woman that we went over on this channel maybe last week who had accused both Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of rape in an FBI interview in 2019. And then the government turned around and labeled her a credible accuser of Epstein's. And then she actually sued Epstein's estate in 2021 and then won a settlement of millions of dollars. And my supposition, my seemings, are that the interview logs with this woman, who credibly accused Trump and Epstein, then won millions from Epstein, is the same woman whose name and testimony, we only care about the testimony. It's okay if, the government conceals her identity. Spare her from the public backlash. It's her testimony that is now being illegally redacted by the Trump administration. Just when you think it can't get worse, it does. But obviously, there's still somehow millions of Americans out there that still support Donald J. Trump as president. So go ahead and hop inside of that queue over on TikTok if you happen to be one. We're going to get you loaded up into the live stream. We'll have a conversation about how the hell you're still MAGA. And if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Let's go ahead and get that very first guest of the day loaded up in here right now. Just keep in mind, if you join that queue on TikTok in violation of the rules that are on your phone screen right now, you will be banned. No exceptions whatsoever. Let's go ahead and try to get that very first guest up in as we speak. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, this person is, I don't know, they went on pause. I had a conversation with them last week. They're back now. Hi, are you MAGA?
Yes, we spoke about a week ago.
I do, and you're still a Trump supporter.
Yes, man. And one thing I wanted to point out is the hate mail from your fans was astronomical.
Okay, well, I'll go over that in one moment. Before I do, I just saw a comment over on that YouTube stream who says, I thought that this would be covering the State of the Union. We will be covering the State of the Union when the State of the Union occurs, which is here at 7 p.m. Mountain, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Pacific. And until then, we'll be talking to Trump supporters having debates. So I apologize that you had a bunch of people spamming your DMs and whatever. I'd appreciate it the people watching, could not, send death threats to the guests. So go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Or actually, there's a question that I want to ask you here.
I had never seen anything like it.
Well, I mean, did any of them say that they wanted to hunt you down and put a you know what and your you know where and watch your brains ooze out? Because that's what a Trump supporter DM'd me yesterday. It's pretty sick.
No, they didn't say that. But like, I had so many comments on my videos, and I was like, that's weird. I've never had this before. And I look, and then it was like, oh, okay.
Well, let's go ahead and hop into the debate. Obviously, I don't condone people sending you death threats. I think that's wrong. Tell us, what is your reaction as a Trump supporter to the news in which we just broke surrounding the fact that we can now say with confidence Trump illegally hid files accusing him of child rape?
I don't think the files were hidden. I feel like that file was included in the document release, if I'm not mistaken.
You are mistaken. It was hidden. It was not released. It was concealed and redacted. This has been confirmed by the DOJ. This has been confirmed by members of Congress, by the Oversight Dems, by NPR, and by MS Now. Now, what you're probably confusing here are other allegations made against Trump in the Epstein files that are public. I think there's like 7 or 8 of them. But the specific allegations that we're referring to here would be from the very credible accuser that also won a large settlement from Epstein.
Yes, we spoke about that last week, and we're still waiting on the individual to not be named. I mean, not have their identity scrutinized by the public and receive backlash, like you had mentioned, but to verify that those 2 individuals are the same individuals.
And basically, the FBI interview, okay, of who I believe to likely be this person, but the person who it is doesn't really matter, okay, was redacted by the Trump DOJ. So just to repeat what we know so far is that the Trump administration illegally hid files that accuse Donald Trump of child rape, okay? And keep in mind, this is actually in the back of Donald Trump not even saying 48 hours ago that the Epstein files exonerate him. So I just truly do not understand how you nor any other American can sit here and tell me that you genuinely support this guy as president when he is lying straight to the face of every American citizen, telling us all that the Epstein files exonerate him, don't shine him in any negative light, don't tell us anything new about his character, and just make him out to be this innocent little dandelion, when in all reality, himself and his Department of Justice are now illegally redacting the files and concealing credible accusations of child rape against him. do you not see how, even if you don't believe the accusation here, which I don't expect you to believe because
It's a problem.
MAGA men
It's a
do not
problem.
believe women and girls, still yet we're left with this issue
I do.
of utter lies, no transparency, and cover up that amounts to one of the largest, if not the largest, presidential scandal in American history.
No, I do not agree with the non-release of the files. I mean, if that was the mandate, if that was the law, then of course all files should be released. And I don't agree with the protection of the individuals in the files that were partaking in heinous acts.
So why is
Now-
this not it for you? Why is the largest presidential scandal in American history not it for you?
Reasonable question.
Very
However,
reasonable question.
reasonable question. But so when the DOJ was investigating the files, right? They had all the files in front of them. They had the accusations. They had the witness reports. They had this, that, and the next. However, there must not have been credible, at least evidence or enough large enough information for there to be an investigation opened up in particular on Mr. Trump. Because if there was, don't you think the Biden administration would have absolutely wanted to take him down 100%?
I don't buy it. And here's why. I'll tell you. So first and foremost, there are so many people in the Epstein files that we have enough information on to put them in jail for the rest of their lives. And we still don't know their identities, and the investigations have still not been launched. There's one Epstein file in specific that I really think of when I hear your argument here, okay? And that one file in specific would be a photo that is redacted of 5 men holding a naked, bloodied-up 12-year-old girl with one of the men's fingers being in that girl's female member. Now, like I said, we don't have the image. I don't want the image. We shouldn't release the image. We do have the description of the image. And what we know is because only, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have been sent to jail over the Epstein files, that either all 5 or 4 of the 5 men in that picture, okay, are roaming free, not sitting in a jail cell for what that picture obviously incriminates them of. So I don't really buy the
Which
narrative
doesn't make sense.
that if there was enough incriminating information about anyone, including Trump and the Epstein files, that therefore they would be in jail.
But don't you think it's not of course, the responsibility at the current present time relies on the Trump administration in order to investigate and release those files. But don't you think some of the blame goes on the Biden administration for not investigating the files to their entirety? And
Actually, yes. Yes. There are already things that we've learned from the files that are public surrounding Donald Trump that could have lost him the 2024 election. Like the letter he sent to Epstein, like the letter Epstein sent to Larry Nassar saying, okay, that President Trump shares their affiliation for young nubile girls, which just means sexually attractive, or like the communications where Trump admitted to knowing what Epstein was doing all along when he called the sheriff after Epstein was arrested in 2006, telling him, thank you so much, he's a terrible person, contradicting what Trump has been telling us forever, or like the emails that prove and contradict Donald Trump's testimony about never being on the plane because he was on it 8 times. The Biden-Harris administration should release that, and I actually do blame them a little bit for not releasing that. But the reason why they didn't release them is still very important. It's because they did not believe in unitary executive theory, unlike Donald Trump today. They did not think that they were the rulers over the DOJ. They did not think that they were the rulers under any secretary of any cabinet position of any government agency, and they viewed the DOJ and other government agencies as absolutely and unilaterally independent and separate from the executive branch of our government. So it honestly wouldn't even shock me if the Biden-Harris administration never directed the DOJ to look into the subject matter.
But for the severity and the context of what was going on and the players that were involved, don't you think it was partially it's their responsibility to step in and make a judgment?
The very first thing I said there was, for sure, I will absolutely give a little bit of blame to the Biden-Harris administration. I completely will. I just think that nuance is important with the explanation I gave. But do you notice how the first place your brain goes when you learn that Donald Trump is guilty of the largest political scandal in American history is straight back to the retired politician who was our president a year and a half ago?
Not straight back, because I did say that he needs to do what he said he was going to do and take responsibility for what's currently happening. However, It doesn't start with him. I mean, and then, like you said, there's a separation of power.
I think it does. I think it does start with him because he's the most powerful man alive
in the judicial branches.
One
so
second.
Then it's like,
it does start with Donald Trump because Donald Trump is the most powerful man alive.
Currently at this moment, but like it didn't start with him initially. I guess when he,
but like once again, you're doing that thing
yes.
where you want to talk about all these billion and one other things about the Biden-Harris administration, about the DOJ under them. Just listen, let me cook for a second, and I'm down to have that conversation with you. But I feel like having that conversation framed under me ignoring the fact that you still support Trump, who's at the head of the helm, the current president, who's now guilty of the largest political scandal in American history, is just disingenuous. Okay, it's so disingenuous for us to be sitting here talking about the Biden-Harris administration, or maybe if they should have like dipped their toe into the DOJ and forced the release of some of those files during the last year of their presidency because they couldn't during the first three, while ignoring the fact that you're still supporting Donald Trump. If you're able to concede, tell me that you don't support Donald Trump as president, say, Dean, you've changed my mind. I mean, I'm just a new man now. Then I'll happily have a conversation with you about the DOJ under Biden. But just completely like shifting blame from the Trump administration and deflecting away from the hard pressing questions surrounding how the hell you support him as Trump in knowledge of all these facts to Biden is disingenuous.
Oh, I want to be very clear. Whether it's a Democrat, whether it's a Republican, I'm always going to support the commander-in-chief that's in the chair up until they're not in the chair, because that's what's best for America as an American.
That's not
I don't
true.
want to see an administration fail. I want the administration to do good. If the administration needs to be corrected, then let's make that correction. But I'm going to be there to support up until a branch, a group, the vice president, whoever, Congress, Senate, deems that this needs to be corrected and there is actions that have been taken in order to correct it. There has been a movement for it.
Okay. That statement was false. You said that supporting the president, no matter what, with limited exceptions, like they're impeached, is what is best for America. And that's not true. Okay? What is best for America is to want our president to do what is best for us. And when the president is not doing what is best for us, and instead doing what is worse for us, like literally, that we should revoke our social support from them, because the social support for or against what the president is doing from the people is the hidden check and balance of a well-functioning democracy. When we say, Trump, we don't support what you're doing, then there's more pressure on Trump to stop doing it. When we say, Trump, we do support what you're doing, then there's more pressure on Trump to continue to do it. Okay? So when he's doing all of these bad things, refusing to fund food stamps, breaking the law, okay, illegally redacting his name from the Epstein files, concealing the fact that he was accused of child rape, okay, saying that the woman he raped deserves to be thrown in jail, or the working middle class deserve to be, thrown under the rug and we need to take their money and give it to the ultra wealthy, or that the military needs to draft a wartime invasion of Greenland and because we apparently need to destroy NATO. And then you turn around and you say, I support you, Trump. It just emboldens him more to engage in those bad behaviors. Only support the president when they are doing what is beneficial for the country.
Okay, I suppose. That makes sense. You want what's best for the country, you want what's best for the people. But an issue that I have is that these files being released to the public is not necessarily beneficial to the public. If individuals are so concerned, they are so worked, they want to take affirmative action, they want to step up to the plate, they want to stop these particular sets of crimes, then get involved in your local communities. Join that line of work. There's so many things that people can do besides reading files of something that's not going to be solved.
I think that you are either insanely ignorant or insanely evil, and there is no in between, as there's no other reason why you'd sit here and tell me, tell women, tell girls, tell survivors of rape, tell good faith, common and decent Americans that it is not in the interests of Americans for the government to be transparent with us about the men who took advantage of little girls that are still being protected by that
that's
government
the thing, they're not
via the lack of
being
transparency.
transparent. They're not being transparent in regards to the files. So currently, right now, the
and
files
transparency
don't
is
mean
what is
much
best for the
because
American
they don't
people.
have the
Transparency is what is
individuals'
best
names.
for the survivors. Transparency is what is best for women and girls. And a lack of transparency, the cover-up, concealing their names, concealing their identities, okay, letting them roam free, not investigating their crimes, is what is in the best interests of the predators. Why are you fighting for the best interests of the predators? The
Not
rapists?
fighting for the best interest of the predators, but they could have held on to the files and done a full, more thorough investigation.
You're not fighting.
in order to
Then
bring
answer.
those
If you're not
individuals
fighting
to
for the
jail.
best interests of the predators, answer this question, okay? All the rich and powerful men in the Epstein files that are currently having their names redacted by our government illegally, would they prefer their names to be continue to be redacted by our government illegally, or would they prefer their names to be publicly released?
They would probably prefer for their names to be redacted. However, they would also prefer
So you are fighting for the best interest of the predators. So 30 seconds ago when you said, Dean, I'm not fighting for the best interest of the predators, you were lying because you just told us that the interest of the predators would be to continue to have their names concealed. And are you now going to try to convince me and everybody else listening that the interests of the people align with the interests of the sadistic, pedophilic, rich and elite?
You specifically asked, what would the predators prefer? That's what you specifically said. What do the predators prefer, to have their names released or have their names redacted? I said, for the predators, their best interest would be to have their names redacted. Don't try to twist what I said to make me seem like I'm protecting the predators. What I specifically said was that what the DOJ could have done was held on to all those files, investigated them more thoroughly in order to bring those predators to justice. However, they then decided to release them all, what you said. Give the people this and that, but kept them redacted.
That's not what you said. What you said very specifically is that I don't think it's in the best interests of Americans for these files to be released because there's so many things that they could be doing to engage in their local community instead of reading these documents.
Reasonable, because what was accomplished by releasing these redacted files?
So just to clarify,
we became more aware of what was done without who did it.
So now that you've agreed, that's what you said. Without me answering that follow-up question, I just need you to be clear here. You are saying that it is in the best interests, okay, of the American people for the names of the predators to continue to be redacted, right?
That is literally not what I said. I said it was
How are those two statements different?
Hold on.
One moment. How are those two statements different? What are the differences between the statement, the American people should not have access to the files, and the statement, the identities of the predators in the files should continue to be redacted?
I'm not going to stay on a topic if you're not going to listen.
Answer my question, please.
You haven't listened.
I'll listen to your answer to my question. No, you haven't, because this is a new question. Therefore, I know you haven't answered it multiple times.
Repeat said question.
Perfect. You agreed that you said that you don't think it's in the best interest of the American people for the files to be publicly released. What is the relevant difference between the statement, the files shouldn't be publicly released, and the names of the predators in the file should continue to be redacted? Because in both scenarios, the American people are not learning the identities of the predators, and you think it's a benefit to the people.
Never said that. You specifically asked me what is in the best interest of the redacted names. I said to have their names redacted. In their best interest, what they want is to have their names redacted. What I had then said, what was in our best interest was to keep those files, every single file, held within the DOJ and have a continuous investigation in order to bring those perpetrators to justice.
Question.
That's literally answering the question.
The question was,
concealed
what is the relevant,
in order to pursue the investigation.
You're not answering the question, because the question is, what is the relevant difference between the statement that the American people shouldn't have access to the Epstein files and the statement that the American people shouldn't have access to the names of the predators in the Epstein files? Aren't those two statements communicating the same sentiment?
If the American people didn't have access to the files, then that means that there was an active investigation going on for the files.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. That's fine.
But now the investigation's over.
Okay, well, I think the issue is the fact that the investigation was over before we had access to the files, and that these men have been roaming free in the streets of this country and world, free to do whatever they want for years. And we needed a change. And we absolutely needed a change. We 110% needed a change. We needed to do something. Okay, the government wasn't doing jack shit. They're letting these people roam free. I mean, fuck, yesterday we learned that the FBI hasn't even raided, known, I don't know, what do you call them? Known properties of Jeffrey Epstein, where he kept all of his documents, where he kept all of his files, his computers, his laptops, his phones. They still haven't raided them. Okay? The government wasn't doing shit. So the people had to do something. The people had to push for transparency because the people need to know exactly who the government has been protecting. Okay, and it seems like the Trump administration doesn't want to investigate the predators because they made one of them president, and the Trump administration doesn't want the people to know the names of the predators because, once again, they made one of them president. You're telling us that, you want an investigation into these people. You want these people to be put behind bars. You want these people to be thrown in jail. Sir, you threw one in the Oval Office. I don't believe you. You threw one in the Oval Office. Yes, we
You don't
do.
know that for certain.
Absolutely.
Up until an investigation has been concluded and the individuals have been indicted and prosecuted, you don't know that.
But even when they're prosecuted and found guilty, you don't believe it, like the civil court that held Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll.
Didn't we already speak on this last week?
Did we? I don't know. Did he rape E. Jean Carroll? Do you believe in due process? Do you believe it's innocent until proven guilty? Was the prosecution right? Is he guilty? Is he a rapist?
You literally made me say the 3 words. He is a blank. I don't need to keep saying it over and over again.
What underpins this? Wait. So I want to clarify. I completely forgot that. So you're telling me that last time I had you up here a week ago, I made you say that Trump is a rapist. So I'm going to play back the last 30 seconds of the VOD.
No, you made me say that.
Check this out. Check this out. We're going to play back the last minute of the VOD. And while we're listening to this, I just want everybody to keep in mind that this guy thinks that Trump is a rapist. Court that held Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. One moment. Shit. So the people had to do something. The people had to push for transparency. Because the people need to know exactly who the government has been protecting. Okay, and it seems like the Trump administration doesn't want to investigate the predators because they made one of them president, and the Trump administration doesn't want the people to know the names of the predators because once again, they made one of them president. You're telling us that, you want an investigation into these people. You want these people to be put behind bars. You want these people to be thrown in jail. Sir, you threw one in the Oval Office. I don't believe you. You threw one in the Oval Office. Yes, we do.
You don't know that for certain.
Absolutely. Why would you say that? You responded to me saying that you threw a predator in the Oval Office by saying, Dean, you don't know that for certain.
I see the contradiction,
but
Dean.
now you're telling me that the last time you were on my stream a week ago, you said that Trump is a rapist.
Okay, I see the contradiction. I apologize. I see the contradiction. Now, Dean, if you remember last week, we ended the live as I was cooking dinner. Now, I ended the live because I was cooking dinner, but we're having a conversation in regards to the individual who's running on his campaign for he's going to blank the president. Did you do any research into that? Are you able to speak to that yet?
No. But I mean, it just sounds like somebody is running their campaign on Law and Order, right?
On murder?
No, I mean, you very clearly told me that they were running their campaign on attempting to get Trump in a courtroom for treason in front of a judge.
Yeah, but our conversation was
if they found him guilty, that wouldn't be murder. One second, I just want to clarify.
Our conversation was
if they found him guilty, that wouldn't be murder.
Okay. You're right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, unalive.
All right, but do you think that that person running a campaign on wanting to get Donald Trump found guilty of treason in a court of law would be a non-starter for you? Like, you would never support that person because of it?
I don't think a campaign should be run on the first thing you're going to do is have somebody killed.
Right. But like, because that politician would want to do that, you never support that politician, right?
Me personally, no.
And this is contradiction 105. Less than 3 months ago, Trump went on Truth Social and didn't just say that some Democrats in Congress are guilty of treason and they need to be prosecuted in a court of law. He said that they are treasonous, they are seditious, and they should be hung. So like one scenario, you're telling us that you never support this guy who wants Donald Trump to be legally tried for treason in a fair court of law, and for that reason you never support him. But when Donald Trump is like, fuck a fair and free court of law, we already know that they're guilty of treason and sedition, hang them now, okay, you still support him as president.
Because like you said, if they were guilty and found in a court of law, then it wouldn't be murder. It would be. But
I just clarified, that's not what Trump said. He didn't say, let's make them go to court for treason or sedition. No, he said, they're already guilty of treason and sedition. We know that now. Let's hang them now.
And I don't agree with that.
Okay, but it's not a red line for Trump the same way it's a red line against this random politician we were talking about less than 45 seconds ago. Why is that?
Not that it's not a red line. Hold on.
Actually, it's not a red line for you, or else your takeaway wouldn't be, okay, I disagree with that, but I still support Trump as the president as a whole. Your takeaway would rather be, well, because I disagree with that, I no longer support Trump as president at all. Now, you said, hold on, I'm going to take a moment just to thank a couple people here. First and foremost, this was the very first donation of the live stream over on YouTube. Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Veteran. Let's get 500 Veteran W's down below in that chat. Veteran says, you are not, there's no confirmation confirmation. Everybody knows this. There is confirmation. Sorry, everyone knows this. America is suffering from willful stupidity. Thank you, sir, for continuing to fight for your generation. Proud boomer fan. Yes, dude, veteran. It is so good to see you again. You've been watching these streams for years at this point, maybe like a year. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. You're absolutely the goat. And then Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, saying daily donation to my to show my love for Dean and say to fuck ICE, fuck Trump and his entire regime. Good to see ya, Mr. McSkittles. As always, you're dropping truth nukes. Over on Venmo, Miss Mary, thank you so much for the $50. Let's go. Thank you so much for that support, Mary. Let's also get 500 Mary W's. Mary with a 50 on Venmo says, thank you for keeping me company while I watch over my grandfather tonight, Dean. Well, Mary, I hope that you have a good rest of your night, and I hope that you tune in to react to SCOTUS, to the State of the Union. That's going to be a very interesting hour. Thank you so much for the $50. That is very, very kind. Same thing to Ethan. Thank you for the $10. And then Dan, thank you so much for the $25, saying keep fighting the good fight. Thank you. Thank you so much for that love, Dan. Let's get 250 Dan W's. We're all caught up over on Super Chat. We're all caught up on Venmo. Let's quickly catch up on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the $10. Dean, who says, love and respect from an older Dean to a younger Dean. Oh, thank you so much, Dean. Let's get some Deans down below. That's kind of crazy.
I'm going to bow out. All right?
Okay,
but I appreciate what you do, okay?
Yeah, take care. He's bowing out for the second time. Maybe you should just change your mind and stop supporting Trump. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Show some love to Dean down below in that chat. And then I think we have like 4 more here. This just came in. Bro, oh my goodness. Caroline. Welcome in, Katie. Give me one moment. Caroline, thank you so much for the $80 donation on PayPal. That is wild. Holy cow. Caroline, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. That is so fucking insane. That is so much money. Thank you so much for that support. Let's get 800 Caroline W's down below. Caroline with the $80 says, I get that a president can't be charged for in-office acts, but can't they or just don't want to charge him for the private conduct things not related to the official office of the presidency? To be honest, I'm so confused here. Well, the issue with the whole charging Trump thing is who would likely charge Trump would be the DOJ, but the DOJ is his puppet. I mean, he controls it. It's really hard to hold somebody like Trump accountable, and that's why the Democrats need to win the midterms. So instead of just pleading a prosecutor to press charges, we could just impeach him, get him out of office, and then press charges. And then one more here, Miss Carly, thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to you. Thank you. We're all caught up. Katie, I sent you an invite to turn back on your mic.
So the more I listen, the more I don't want to support either side.
Okay, so the more you listen, the more you don't want to be a Trump supporter. I was going to bring up some beef.
I just don't want to, not necessarily not a Trump supporter. I just don't want to support either side.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Let me find this real quick. How do you spell your name? Katie.
Katie.
Katie Marie. All right. So I got a PayPal from you a while back where you call me a grifter and say that I'm just in it for the money and that you despise me. Why is that?
Well, because when people ask you questions, you just immediately disconnect them and that's it. It seems a little rage baity-ishy. If you were trying to educate people, wouldn't you have more of a conversation with people besides just debate them?
So the conversations that we have are debates.
I know, but if you are legitimately trying to change people's minds, wouldn't you have genuine conversations with them?
So genuine conversations can be debates.
Automatically.
You understand that a debate can be a genuine conversation. It all depends on the attitude of the individual who joins my live stream. If the attitude of the person who joins my live stream, one moment, I'm almost done, is very calm, very tempered, and kind of in alignment with this notion that they just want to seek truth and have a better understanding of the world around them, then that debate is a genuine conversation. I mean, we maybe have a handful of conversations like that every day, but what the problem is here is that a lot of the people who still support Trump aren't open-minded. A lot of the people that still support Trump kind of don't have that genuine desire to enlighten themselves with truth through evidence and fact. And a lot of people that still support Trump inevitably won't come up into this live stream in the headspace of, I want to have a genuine conversation. I want to have a dialogue. And that includes you, by the way, because like one of the first things that you say in response to me bringing up your PayPal is, "Oh, Dean, you're stupid grifter in it for the money," right? Like, how can anyone expect that for me to have a genuine dialogue with you when you think that I'm a stupid grifter in it for the money?
That's how it comes across.
I think it comes across like that to you because you're not really here to have your mind changed. You just see a liberal and it pisses you off that I'm right and you're wrong.
Oh, I don't care because I don't support Trump, but I'm not ready to jump sides, and like I'm more now leaning toward third party.
Well, you said the more you watch me, the more you take and build that conclusion. So you'd argue that this stream has genuinely educated you.
I wouldn't say it's per se just you.
Okay.
I would say
you did say that it included
a combination of everything that's going on.
You said that it included me. You said the more you watch this stream, the more you've leaned away from Trump. So the stupid grifter in it for the money has genuinely educated you and has helped to inform you on your political ideas.
I said I'm drifting away from Trump, but I didn't say I'm jumping to the Democrat side.
Okay. So the stupid grifter in it for the money has genuinely educated you and helped push you to drift away from Trump. The irony.
I mean, I guess if you want to look at it like that, but like you also, like when other people
So you're
jump
saying
up
that I'm a
here-
grifter because I don't genuinely educate people, yet this whole time I've genuinely educated you.
But if you're legitimately trying to change somebody's mind, wouldn't you allow people to ask you questions, or wouldn't you allow even people that
What do you mean? Of course I allow people to ask me questions. People always ask
Democrats,
me. You're asking me a question
allow
right
them
now.
to ask you a question so that you can tell them how to better promote your side? Like,
Ma'am, a good 75% of the last debate was the guests asking me questions and me answering them.
okay, that's one, but like not all of them are like that. Like you normally just
every single
like
one.
the minute somebody else comes up that has legit questions, you're
No.
like, oh,
Every
I'm only looking for debates.
one moment. Every single day, people ask me questions. Like you're asking me questions right now, and then you say, "Oh, well, I kick people." Well, it's because they're not a Trump supporter. Yeah, I only do when I talk to people that support Trump. That's the purpose of the live stream, is to help people stop supporting Trump. For those that don't support Trump but want to learn more about politics, I find it more beneficial to them to be a viewer of the live stream compared to being a guest on it. And if they want to ask more specific questions to a person or a group of people that are highly politically educated, I move them to join my Discord. So I don't understand the issue of that. It just seems to be the case that you're calling me a grifter because you don't like the way I run my show. So how about you go and run a better one?
Like, I don't care how you run your show. Like, I don't care.
You cared enough to send me $5 just to call me a stupid grifter.
Then you should do a little bit more than just look for debate.
Okay, so what are you doing?
What am I doing? Like
Yes.
right now, or
No. Like, what are you doing to help people become more educated?
I don't know. I just kind of I stayed out of it. Like I haven't made political posts in a while
Not
because
too much. Yeah.
It's mentally exhausting
Right.
to listen.
Yeah, nothing would be the answer to that question. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got the next guest, Derry Parler, loading up into the box right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Derry?
Yes, I support him.
Okay. All right, man. How old are you? You sound above the above the age of 18.
I'm 47 years old.
Yeah, you sound above the age of 18. All right, let me thank like 4 people, then I'll pass you the mic. First and foremost, Crystal, thank you so much for the $5. She says it's a debate live, not asking questions live. Yeah, I do those sometimes, so they're fun. Then Brianna, dude, and Nina. Oh my goodness. First and foremost, Brianna, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. And Nina, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Nina W's and 500 Brianna W's, so the two of you. Thank you so much for your genuine kindness. That is insane. I do not deserve that much money. Not a bone in my body does. I appreciate y'all so much. That is so very, very kind of you. Nina with the $100 just drops a little strong arm emoji. I appreciate you so much for your support. And then Brianna with the 50 says, looking forward to see you and Parker debunk Trump's entire speech tonight. You guys are the best. Oh, I'm looking for that too. I'm looking forward to that as well, Brianna. I cannot wait. Thank you both. You guys are genuinely so fucking kind. Thank you so much, Nina and Brianna. Show some love to the goats, Nina and Brianna down below. And then Alexander, thank you so much for the $10. And Sarah, I appreciate appreciate you for the $10 as well. Huge shout out to those two down below. And then over on PayPal, Mr. Jason, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Y'all are being so kind today. Let's also get 500 Jason W's. Jason with the 50 says, not a Trumper, not an American. Seeing America as an outsider now makes me glad to be in Europe. Only 3 more years to go. Keep strong. You can get through this. From Jason. Well, Jason, I appreciate you so much for your kindness, man. And yeah, you're living it up over in Europe. I'm very jealous of you. Derry, take it away. Tell us how the hell you could still support Trump as president.
There's this thing called reasonable doubt. I'm pretty sure you know what that is, right?
When you possess a doubt to a claim, and which is reasonable, yes.
Okay, well, the reason why I say it's reasonable doubt is because along with Trump, there are other people, Democrats, their donors, Republicans, their donors that are also in those files. Now, those people have been questioned, and those people's responses are, oh, those are not true, this false, that's just accusations, that's slander, this, and that, and everybody seems to be jumping on the thing with, oh, okay, well, this person says it's not true, then it must not be true. So my question is, if I was a jury, here's the way I would look at it. If the counsel were to present those files to me, and be like you asked me, how can you still support Trump? Well, then the first thing I'm gonna be like, well, now I have reasonable doubt because everybody else that's on these files is saying that everything that's being said about them ain't true. So how do I know that what's being said about Trump is not true?
Okay,
Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I get what you're saying in the sense, like I understand the words that you're speaking, but like the words in which you're speaking are wrong. So just because a lot of people deny an accusation of a crime does not give you reasonable doubt to believe they didn't commit that crime. In fact, if the denial of a crime was reasonable doubt to, against them committing that crime, then no one could ever be found guilty in a criminal court of law, since people who will take a criminal charge to court and put it in front of a jury are denying that they did it. Therefore, the jury would, from your perspective, have reasonable doubt and therefore find them innocent, because the standard of evidence in a criminal court of law is believing that they did it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
What I'm saying is reasonable doubt.
Just denying something is not a reasonable doubt.
Well, what I'm saying is reasonable doubt is the evidence is the files themselves. Now, there's plenty of other claims and stuff that could implement Trump and stuff that are not on the files that you can probably, once they get investigated and all that, it could change the turn of things. But I'm saying as of now, with those e-files, because I see everybody keeps saying that, oh, well, he's a pedo 3, this and that, the files. It's like, okay. But as a prosecutor, I'm not saying I'm a prosecutor, I'm saying if I'm going to present that evidence, because the files is one batch of evidence. The files is a evidence. The files would be considered like Exhibit A. Here's the Epstein files. If they give it to me and they're like, according to these files, can you convict Donald Trump? I'd have to be like, well, there's not reasonable doubt because 97% of the people in here are saying that these files are false and that they're slander and that they're faked. So how can I take this? So in other words, these files would have to get thrown out as far as being used against Trump because everybody else is saying they're false.
Listen, like the argument is like so just abundantly incorrect. I don't really know how to prove it incorrect. I already did. I already demonstrated to you how somebody denying the accusation of a crime is not reasonable doubt to believe they didn't do it. And you ignored it, and then you repeated your first statement. Once again, a bunch of people denying that they engaged in a particular crime does not give you reasonable doubt to said claim that they did engage in the reasonable crime. In fact, if we look at a large group of people in which are all believed to be guilty of something, and every single one of them is denying it, then if anything, denial of said accusation is not meaningful at all, since everyone is denying it, and we know at least a couple are guilty, right? So that's another point to make here. But I just kind of want to, zoom things out a little bit. Because I think the underlying thesis that you're sharing with us is that if you knew Trump was guilty of sexual violence, you wouldn't support him as president, right?
Yeah, no, if I knew 100% without a doubt, I wouldn't support him at all. Put him in the witcher.
Is sexual exploitation sexual violence?
Sexual exploitation, sexual violence?
Yeah.
I think anything, violence would be considered anything that makes anybody uncomfortable in a physical way, right?
Okay, so sexual exploitation is sexual violence, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
If it makes them uncomfortable, yeah.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually?
Sexually, Yeah, that is, sexual
Okay.
exploitation. Yep, that is.
Would that
yeah.
include like a male owner of a business abusing the fact that he's the owner of that business to like barge into the woman's dressing room or bathroom, then peek their head under the stall to unconsensually look at the woman or girl's private parts?
Yeah, that would, yeah.
Okay, so here's where we're at. You said that you'd stop supporting Trump if you knew he was guilty of sexual violence. You accepted that sexual exploitation was sexual violence, and then you accepted that a male business owner abusing the fact that they are that business owner to further unconsensual sexual conduct by allowing himself to like barge into a private woman's only space like a bathroom or changing room to then look at the naked women and girls would be sexual violence. So therefore, if Donald Trump had done this, then you'd stop supporting him as president. True?
Right. If he's been convicted of it and stuff, yeah, I'd stop supporting him. Yeah.
Okay, if he's been
Yeah,
convicted
no
of it. So
problem.
basically, just if you knew it beyond any reasonable shadow of a doubt, you'd stop supporting him. So he's actually admitted
Yeah.
to it. I'll play that for you now.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to
right.
make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right, take a moment, breathe, don't say anything. You have two roads in front of you. The first road is to be a reasonable person, a man of your word. Subtract your support from Trump, take the red hat off, and say that you no longer support him as president because you said you would stop supporting him as president if he admitted to what we just heard him admit to. That's path number one. I'd applaud you. We'd all applaud you. We'd all be very happy. Path number two here is a path that most people take when they are at this point in the dialogue, which is to become a raging hypocrite, demonstrate the fact that you lack a brain and have no spine, try to contort yourself into a million shapes in different directions by saying that you still support him as president regardless of this, or you don't think that he did it because maybe he was joking, maybe he had their consent, just a bunch of bullshit. So I'm going to give you like 30 seconds real quick to just take a moment to decide what path you want to take. I've learned from having these conversations. Don't even start talking. I've learned from having these conversations that just giving you a moment to like internally reflect is beneficial. So you don't just kind of, jump fast and deny because we're debating. So I'm going to thank like 4 people for their donations, and then I'll give the mic to you so you could choose what path you want to take. FD, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, I've noticed sometimes you do this gesture where you cup your hands in front of your face. What is that? Just curious. Oh, that's me ripping the anxiety pin, dude. That lavender and caramel for real. Over on Venmo, thank you for the $10, Angelina, who says, keep fighting to educate people. I feel that so many people are trying to turn a blind eye to Trump's actions and involvements. Oh, so many people. Thank you for the $10, Angelina. Show some love to Angelina down below. Thank you. Then over on PayPal, thank you so much, Taylor, for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, hope you're doing well. Just my routine thank you donation. Thank you so much for the love, Taylor. It's good to see you again. Same thing to Ian. Thank you for the $10. Who says, do you plan on turning into the State of Union address boycott on Midas Touch Network? No, we're going to be watching Trump's State of the Union and fact-checking it in real time. It's important that the shit he says is checked. Then Caroline, thank you for the $10 on PayPal over as well. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate y'all for the love. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. The mic and the floor are yours, sir. Are you going to take and choose path number 1 or path number 2?
Take path number 1.
Oh, so you're no longer a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. No.
Good to hear. I think we finally got it drilled down. If y'all want to know the very fastest way to like get somebody to stop supporting Trump, unless they're just completely insane, it is that argument. Would you stop supporting Trump if he was guilty for sexual violence and you knew it? Yes. Is sexual exploitation sexual violence? Yes. Is sexual exploitation unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually? Yes. Okay. Would a man who owns a business barging into the woman's restroom with the abuse of his position of power to then further the unconsensual sexual conduct of him looking at them, classify as sexual exploitation? Yes. Roll a clip of Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that, and they're no longer a Trump supporter if they're consistent. I appreciate you for coming up, sir, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, all right?
You too, sir.
Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go. By far, the very quickest way that I've identified yet to change the mind of somebody who still has some remnants of reasonability left. We got that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I just want to give y'all a quick shout out real quick. You guys have done very well at following the rules so far today. And thank you. Genuinely. Thank you guys. Very, like, dude, honestly, dude, let's get a quick round of W's on TikTok and on YouTube. We're an hour into the stream, and we haven't had, like, one non-Trump supporter up here. WS. Do a W, y'all. WS down below in that comment section. I'd love to see it. Genuinely. It's making me really happy. Huge smile on my face. Means more to me than y'all know. Liam.
Yeah, last time we didn't do too well speaking to each other, Dean.
I remember you running away.
You were hogging the debate the entire time, and it was very disingenuous.
Do you remember running away, Liam?
I didn't. My son was in his last final basketball game of the season where they got 4th place, and I was done listening to you filibuster the entire conversation, and it was very disingenuous.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what happened.
That's how you're trying to justify yourself running away.
No, I didn't run. I didn't run.
Everyone knows you did.
I just told you the absolute truth.
We're sitting here listening to you say, I didn't run. I left the live because you're being disingenuous. What was the last thing that you said to me?
Oh,
don't worry. I remember my memories.
What was the last thing that you said to me?
Oh, don't worry.
Fella?
Don't worry. I could repeat it all. My memory's impeccable.
No. Before we... Yeah,
you asked me to repeat it all for you, so don't worry, I will, because I remember exactly what the last thing I said to you was, and exactly the debate we had.
Okay, wait,
you'd be surprised. So the debate that we had was me bringing up to you, okay, the fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents, Democrats in Congress, by going on Truth Social and saying,
"Stop muting me."
I'm answering your question, Liam. Of course, I'm going to mute you when you interrupt me. I'm answering your question.
Stop talking. Stop muting.
Good boy, thank you.
Stop fucking muting. I
won't have to mute you if you stop speaking. Stop acting like a petulant man-child. Sit down. I'm answering your question. Here we go. From the top, all right? You asked me, Dean, what is the last thing you said to me in the conversation we had a week ago? Like I said, I have a pretty good memory. I brought up to you the fact that Donald Trump had basically called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, Democrats. He said that they're guilty of treason and sedition and that they should be hung. All right. And then you responded to that by saying, Dean, well, have they been executed? And I, of course, said no. Then you said, I don't care that Donald Trump called for them to be executed because those words don't mean anything unless there's actions to back them. I then responded to that argument with a hypothetical. I said, hypothetically, if tonight at, Trump's State of the Union, he said that he wanted to rape a bunch of kids, okay, would you care about that? Would you stop supporting them? Even if he never actually raped a kid. And then you said, yes, Dean, I would care about that. I would stop supporting him if he said that he wanted to rape a bunch of kids, even if there's no action behind it, because words on their own can hold weight. So then I, depicted the contradiction that is true of your argument to be, well, in one scenario, you're saying that you don't care about Trump's words because words don't hold weight without action. Yet in the other scenario, you're saying that you do care about Trump's words because words can hold weight without action.
So the thing is, I'm the one who brought up that freedom of speech is only freedom of speech, but there are freedom of speech, but there's not freedom of consequence. Okay, there's consequences if your words hold weight. Okay, and act. And I brought that up. You didn't. So all you're doing right now is copying the words that I said. Thank you for remembering what I was saying. Yes. So back to my point, but we have to back up a little bit. You're jumping.
Oh, Liam, your MAGA mobile's pooping out, almost like you pooped on live. Remember that? Remember when you literally took a shit on live? I'll play the video for everyone.
I know you don't, because...
Anyways, go ahead. Please do continue. Tell us what you wanted to say.
Can I finish? Are you done acting like a child?
Yes.
Hello, are you there?
This is the longest I've ever heard Liam go silent before. I don't think I've ever heard Liam be this quiet for this long.
I know, right? It's just the reception shit. Okay. So listen, wait a minute.
Wait, are
I
you
was
driving?
giving you your time because apparently you wanted to watch. No, I'm not driving.
Okay, you're in a moving car, so who's driving?
I'm not driving. I'm in a vehicle, but it's not moving at all. You want me to
Okay,
turn on
could
my
you-
camera?
Actually, yes. Yes, please. All right, that's just a really easy way to clear it up. So I would like that, yeah. Can we
You see
out of
anything in the background move?
we can't see much because there's
nothing.
overexposed.
Yeah, there's no trees. There's nothing moving. Yeah, so there's nothing moving. Yeah, I'm not driving.
We couldn't see it because it was overexposed.
That's irresponsible.
Do you mind just putting the phone camera up to the window so that
You
it
could have
kind of
put me on the
exposes
big
so that
screen,
it's
but
right
you
outside?
did. You
It had nothing to do with you not being on the big screen. It had all to
Listen
do
to
with
me.
the fact that the outside was overexposed, because the either shutter rate or aperture was set for the lighting inside of the car, so it overexposed what was outside of the car. If you just like take your phone, turn the camera on, and put it up to the window, then it will like adjust your camera settings to be properly exposed for sunlight instead of the shade inside of your car, and we'll be able to clearly identify that you're not in a moving vehicle. If you want to do that now, I'd really appreciate it. Just kick? I think we're close to that. We're close to just kicking.
are you? Did you mute me again?
No. Yeah, we're just gonna kick. It honestly sounds like he's having a lot of issues with maybe like connection anyway. So let's just go to move on to the next guest, folks. For everybody watching on TikTok, make sure that you're only hopping inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I love to see that y'all know the rules. You guys have done great today, an hour into the stream, and only Trump supporters have joined. Huge shout out to y'all. Let's go ahead and keep that trend going here. Only join if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Only join if you happen to be MAGA, folks. Let's go to get that next guest up in here right now. Also, folks, one other reminder, we are going to be tuning in to the State of the Union here in 1 hour and 44 minutes. We will be fact-checking Trump live. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. There are some adjustments that we will have to make to the stream in order to stream that on TikTok without, getting our live restricted for copyright infringement. And we'll go over those later. But to make a long story short, the reason why the theme of the reaction to the State of the Union is like a fact check is because I actually have to like pause it every like minute or so and give my own commentary over the footage of his State of the Union in order for it to be like quote unquote original content. But anyways, we'll talk about that more later. Shiva, I appreciate you for that galaxy. Welcome in, William. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2007, July 6.
Okay. All right. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Angelina. I appreciate you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Let's get 300 Angelina W's down below. Angelina says, hey, Dean, I hope you're doing well today. Much love to you. Much love to you as well, Angelina. It's good to see ya. Same thing to you, Luna. Thank you so much for the 12 euros, who says, Dean does change minds. Many of them I'll never forget when he changed a MAGA father's mind to agree that his SA daughter should be able to get an abortion. He gives us a voice. Yeah, man, I remember that too. That was so powerful, Luna. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for the 11 euros. Then same thing to you, Austin. Thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, just a question. Are you someone that might be neurodivergent? I ask because I am pretty sure I am. I'm not a trained medical professional. I can't make I can't diagnose myself. I'd also like to thank Rory. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Sienna, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Show some love to Rory and Sienna. And then Lisa, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Lisa. Lisa with the 25s says, Dean, I'm 54 years old today, and I've learned so much from you. I never liked Trump, but you gave me reasons to hate him. So I thank you for your lives and keep doing what you're doing. Well, Lisa, happy 54th birthday. Yo, let's get some happy birthday Lisas down below in that chat while we're hopping into that next debate. Same thing to Cammy. Thank you for the $10 who says, keep changing minds. Thank you so much for that support, Cammy. And then Allison, I appreciate you for the 15 who says, me and my wife literally listen to you every single day. It's the only way that we get through work. Well, shout out to you and your wife, Allison. I hope that you guys are having a great Tuesday. Shout out to y'all. Then one more here. Pascal, thank you for the $10 who says, sending love from Quebec. Well, sending love to Quebec and to you, Pascal. Thank you so much for the $10. Going to take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump even after we now know that he's guilty of the largest presidential scandal in American history, which would be him illegally hiding files that accuse him of child rape.
So I honestly, I'm open-minded. I wouldn't mind to change my point of view on Trump at all. I haven't really heard anything about that. I want a new point of view on the Democratic side. I'm open-minded. I've always supported Trump. My whole family's always supported Trump. But I want a reason not to. I don't know. I kind of support what stuff that is doing, but watching your streams, I don't know. I want something that can give me the mindset not to like him.
Okay, first and foremost, are you being honest to us about your age?
Yes, Dean. Yes, I am.
You're very clearly not. Here's what I'll say. You know, honestly,
I am.
here's the way that I know. You're too respectful. A lot of people like to say that kids are punks and adults are wise, but in my 2 to 3 years of streaming, I've realized that the minors under the age of 18 who request to join the stream are among some of the most respectful people that tune in. But I'm going to kick you. But before I do, I think it's great that you have an open mind and that you want to genuinely explore politics, not through the lens of the bias you have, learned from your family, but rather through reasonability, evidence, and truth. And I hope that just by watching the live stream, I'm able to give you some reason to not support Trump. But I definitely do think you're under the age of 18, so I got to disconnect you. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, Bowen here. If he actually is 18, just keep in mind, I'm going to err on the side of caution for minor safety. But regardless of that, you could learn a lot by just watching the stream. And let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Welcome into Sports.
Yo, your entire audience is children. What are you talking about?
Actually, no, my average age range is 84. No.
Is like 14 years old, bro. Everybody knows that children turn into this.
Yeah, it's just cope.
You think so? You
Yeah,
lost
it
the
is.
House, the Senate, the popular vote, the Electoral College.
Well, actually, no, I didn't lose any of those things. The Democrats did.
Yeah, you did. At 8 o'clock or 11 o'clock that night at election time. I don't know which one it was, but I'm hoping it was late.
Yeah, well, I would like to clarify, I didn't lose any of those things.
Yeah, you did, 'cause
Democrats
you repped that.
lost those things. Are you saying that
You're a
I'm a
Democrat.
loser, you're a winner?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Can I share my perspective with you?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
We're both losers. Because America is failing under the Trump administration, regardless if it's geopolitically, regardless if it's economically, regardless if it's morally.
Yeah, but only
socially.
one of us is celebrating it
both
on behalf of our
losers.
party. You are.
No, in fact, you were right when you said only one of us is celebrating this loss. No, it's not me, the one attempting to get more people to recognize, A, this loss exists, and then B, do something about it. But rather, in fact, it's you celebrating this loss, who on the same day is learning that Donald Trump is culpable for the largest political scandal in American history of illegally hiding files that accuse him of child rape. You want to take your time to join this live, and instead of talking about politics,
He was the
and
one
why
that
you
turned
still
him
support
in, genius.
You call my audience young.
He
and,
turned-
well, I'm almost done.
Yeah, they're
and you
infants.
say that the Democrats are big losers. You are celebrating the downfall
Absolutely.
of America, sir, not me.
Well, congratulations on your loss. I hope you all cried.
Exactly. Congratulations on the loss, as if you want to celebrate the fact that America's worse off today because of it.
You guys are crazy.
Okay, the only crazy person here is probably the adjudicated rapist who's best friends with a child diddler, okay, who pardoned domestic terrorists who tried to infiltrate our Capitol, attempting to kill cops in the process, smearing their shit on the walls inside. That's guilty for 34 felonies. It runs on Law and Order, wanting to deport people guilty of victimless federal misdemeanors to a terrorist prison in El Salvador to be literally beaten and tortured.
You believe in freedom of speech, right?
Of course. Trump doesn't. He says that it should
Well,
be
your
illegal
show
to
doesn't
criticize him in
really
the
act
media.
like it does.
Are you going to respond to
doesn't.
me, or am I going to respond
It's
to
a
you?
terrible example of what America stands for. You are not an American. You do not act like an American. You don't stand for what America stands for.
Okay.
And
do
we,
you
the
think that you
people
could
of
cry?
America, have decided
I have a question.
that you guys are done.
Can you cry?
But you can cry about it all you want, man.
Sure, the only person who's crying here is you. I'm trying to have a good conversation with you about
What are you talking about? You have people pay you to drop people. You have people pay you to drop people. That's what your grift is.
I actually don't do that. I've never do that.
That's what your grift is bullying Republicans.
If you think
making fun of them and tearing them down, those are other Americans, sir.
One second. Can we just start off with the fact that you said I do a pay to kick? I don't.
Are Republicans in this country not
you know
Americans?
what? $1,000 pay to kick. $1,000 pay to kick. Let's support the grift. Let's do it. Give me your money. Like that. Is that what I should do?
You do it all the time, man. That's all you do.
Do you think I should start selling meme coins?
You
tequila
divide
watches,
America more than you bring it
guitars,
together. You're not the
shoes,
solution. You're the problem.
More whining and coping and crying. I mean, when are you gonna stop? Is your diaper
never, man?
dirty?
We're never gonna stop.
I think your diaper's dirty. I think your mommy should change it so you could get it together.
Yeah. Okay.
So like I said, I'm gonna ignore that bullshit. Okay, just tell us why you support Trump. You have the mic.
What do you mean bullshit? It was all real, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Why
You're
do you
the problem
Trump?
with America.
He doesn't.
You, sir, are the problem with America.
Okay, and I think you, sir, are guilty of being jealous of me because I'm maybe what, like 3/4.
I'm not jealous of you. You're a rude,
and in the process,
insignificant human being that bullies
wrong
people
every single day. You say while I have over 20.
You do not stand for what America stands for, sir. You stand for the opposite.
Says the guy that supports the president that called for the termination of the Constitution and is
the guy that turned
2 articles
in
and 7
Epstein.
amendments
Remember
in the last year and a half, right?
Your party hid it for 27 years.
One moment. You're not going to answer my question here because you're scared because you know the answer to this question would contradict the view in which you're setting forth. You've been trying to convince me and the audience, okay, that the left stands against America, that I'm anti-American because in all reality, I'm a patriot who wants to ensure that our checks and balances are respected.
You're not a
patriot.
patriot.
Our Constitution is respected, okay, that law and order is respected. Meanwhile, you're the one telling me that that you are pro-America and you are a true American patriot. Meanwhile, you're supporting the president that incentivized his followers to raid our Capitol, try to kill cops, smear their shit on the walls, then gave them all full and complete presidential pardons, then argued that we should just abolish the Constitution, okay, while turning around, infringing on the First Amendment by saying that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media, ushering an infringement on the Second Amendment by directing his DOJ to try to find any and all ways to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens, infringed on the Fourth Amendment by telling ICE agents to arrest people without judicial warrants, infringed on the 10th Amendment by illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois per the opinion of SCOTUS, infringed on the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160, or threatened the 22nd Amendment by saying that he wants to find a way to run for a third term, or infringing on the first article of the Constitution, okay, by saying that he wants to federalize elections, or infringing on the second article of the Constitution by A, breaking the Supremacy Clause, or B, saying that if Congress doesn't pass voter ID laws, he will without Congress, even though he'd be assuming a power that's not delegated to him. Yeah, I know that he ran forever ago, but I still thought I'd get it off my chest, just how wrong he was. Whiny bitch, if you want me to be clear. That's all MAGA is anymore. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you.
It's called the Linea Alba.
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Tommy's not here. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. We got Jordan Patterson loading up into the side of the queue right now. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Jordan, I'm going to go to give you around 5 seconds here. Okay, Jordan's not here, so let's go to move on to the next guest. That last guy, he got a flag. So he was likely left because of the flag. I can let you back up in 10 minutes. I see that you're back in the queue. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up inside of the box right now, folks. We got Doctor Who loading in. Just keep in mind, when I let you back up in 10 minutes, you got to censor yourself. Don't violate TOS. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, Doctor Who's also not here. We got a bunch of people inside of the guest requests that aren't here. They're just hopping in, then forgetting about it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Oh, by the way, guys, don't even pay mind to all the Trump supporters in the comment section saying I kicked them. They believe that without evidence. They believe in a lot of things without evidence. Prove me wrong by giving me your evidence. You won't be able to. That's kind of how it goes. We got NJ92 loading up in. I'm trying to get a charger. Sorry, I'm like bouncing in my chair because my chair leg was on the charger cable, and I had to like get my weight off the chair to pull it towards me. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
All right, we don't really care what's going on with your charger and your asshole, bro. Like, we don't need to know that.
It's a weird way to start the conversation by talking about my
It is a weird
asshole.
way. You just started like that. You were just talking about there's 17,000
that's not what I was talking about.
You just felt the need to tell people that there was a wire up your asshole.
No, I never said that there's a wire up my asshole.
Let's debate.
So you're a Trump supporter?
Sure am.
Is it okay if I just go over a couple things with you real quick? Because I see a potential
No,
issue
I'm going to go over
in your
something
future.
real quick as well. So
No, before you even start talking
this
about...
This is all fake, and you're caught. This is fake. You can mute me all you want. You're caught. All of your...
What am I caught
what
for?
do you call them? Donations and stuff, they're all fake. And you got caught on live, and it's all screenshot, and it's all over Reddit. Your party is over, brother.
1 second. Check this out.
I just talked to you the other day. It's
Check this
over.
out.
You can act retarded.
Okay, and there she goes.
No, it's all fake, though.
Okay, well, here's like an active screen share of my YouTube live. Yeah, Lisa with a $10 says, Dean, you're missing counter S.O.T.U happening now. Well, I appreciate you so much for letting me know, Lisa. Thank you for the $10, but don't worry, that's actually fake. Same thing with you, Venix. Thank you so much for the $10 as well. He says, I love you, dude. I love you too. Thank you for the $10, but don't worry, it's fake. And then, yo, SL, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Shout out SL. I appreciate you so much for the fake $50. Show some love to SL down below in the comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to SL down below. And then Mr. Burnside, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. I'm going to keep that message to myself, but just know that I appreciate you for your insight. Thank you for the fake $20, Mr. Burnside. Show some love to the fake $20 from the fake Mr. Fake Burn, fake side down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. While we move on to the next fake guest to make some more fake money. We need to make some more fake money, chat. Wait, also, I'd say that the like scammer allegations would conflict with the fake donation allegation. Because what would I be scamming if it was all fake? Who would I be scamming if they're not real people? Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Y'all follow our rules, please, and thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Catherine, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for the fake bag. Show some love to Catherine down below in that chat, folks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're making all the fake money today. Emily with the $5 says, I'm super fake. Tom with the $15. Thank you so much for the fake love. And then Terry, thank you for the $25. She says, please take this for your grift, lol. Drop as many of those Trump supporters as you can. Well, Terry, just know that I really appreciate you to the moon and back for the fake $25. Show some love to fake Terry down below in that comment section. Same thing with fake Roy for the $5, fake Benji for the $5, fake Tommy with the $3, and then fake Y for the $10. She says, hey, Dean, sorry I couldn't send more, but long-time supporter. And I think that hopefully one day soon you could open up for more debates on other topics. Well, just know that I really appreciate you for the $10 Y. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah. You were talking to me yesterday. Remember you cut me off?
Did I change your mind? Or did I kick you?
No, you kicked me off when I started to make a point.
I probably had good reason to do so, but I don't remember. So why do you support Trump?
You just did it to her too, man. Is that your MO?
Well, it's because she said the R word. Not only is that wrong to say, but it also violates TOS. If you violate TOS, I have to kick you in all scenarios whatsoever.
R word?
What's that?
What is the R word? Republican?
No. RETARD. It's very derogatory towards the disabled community, and not to mention, outside of it being once again a derogatory slur, it's also in violation of TOS. So why do you support Trump?
So what are we talking about today?
Why you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Yes.
Because he's a baller.
Okay, can you mute the TV and get a lot closer to your mic?
Okay, hold on a second.
Thank you. I realize that I could just ask you to make the quality of your mic better, and you can, which is something I should probably do more frequently. While he's working on that, folks, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen.
I gotta move away from the TV, you know?
Yeah, man, you're good. You're good, dude. You're good. While you're doing that, I'll thank somebody real quick. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Political Puppet. Thank you so much for that love. That is crazy. Let's get 500 Puppet W's. Thank you for the $50. Puppet says, thank you for keeping us infirm during the circus and fighting for the good fight. Ask viewers to join our fight and laugh a little bit at Political Puppet Podcast. Oh, fuck. I read off your promo. I don't promote things that people send in donations, but that one accidentally slept through the grate. I got through the grate, so whatever. Thank you so much for the $50. Same thing to you, Melissa. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, I would love to send more. Here's another fake donation from your very fake fan. Great job. Love you. Well, thank you so much for the fake $25 donation, Melissa. Let's get 250 Melissa W's, as well as Aria. Thank you so much for the $30. Says, today's my birthday, and I thought that I'd share some of the money I got with someone who really deserves it. Bro, Aria, that is so fucking kind of you. Happy birthday, dude. Live it up. Have a great day. Let's get 300 happy birthday Arias down below in the comment section. That is ARIA. And then same thing to Nicole with the $2. Thank you. We're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away. You told us that you think that Trump's a baller. Are you saying that he's a baller because he's like a billionaire, or like, you know, like what is it about him that makes him fit for the Oval Office? And by the way, just, you know, typically I wouldn't say being a quote unquote baller means that you should be president, but I mean, we'll get there.
Well, the reason he's president is because he got voted in.
Okay, no, so the reason why you support him as president is because he's a baller.
Yeah, but we did vote for him, so
yes.
He did win the election fair and square.
Yes. So why do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I support him no matter what he does, man. Even if he sets the White House on fire, I still support him.
Do you see the obvious issue with that?
More other people like that too, you know.
Do you see the issue with that?
No.
Okay. What is the purpose of the presidency?
To be the executive branch of the government.
To do what?
To executively do executive stuff.
Okay, but what is the ultimate purpose of doing the executive stuff?
The ultimate purpose? That's a good question that most people wouldn't be able to answer.
Is making the country better. Would you agree or would you disagree?
I would agree.
So if the ultimate purpose of the presidency is to make the country better.
It doesn't matter if it's Trump or if it's somebody else in there. It's always been, you know, back and forth, hemming and hawing between the Senate and the Congress and the president.
But listen to what I have to say here.
Not once in history have they all agreed. You know what I mean?
Check this out.
What can you remember about it? When they
You said
all
that
agreed.
you agreed that the ultimate purpose of the presidency is to make the country better. But simultaneously, you're telling us that you're going to support Trump as president no matter what, even if he was making the country worse. So why would you still support Trump as president, even if he wasn't serving to the betterment of the country?
He's making the country better. If we were on track to getting a stimulus check from the tariffs, but, you know, the Supreme Court shut that down.
Oh, the Supreme Court shut the tariffs down. Well, I mean, actually, the Trump administration has never came through with any of their promised checks to Americans. They promised a $5,000 Doge refund that never hit. They promised the $2,000 check through the tariffs. Then the Secretary of Commerce said, well, maybe you'll just see that money back in the terms of the tax cuts Trump already passed earlier this year. And then he actually said that he did send that tariff check out to members of our military for $1,000, for like nearly $2,000. But then we learned that that actually wasn't from tariff revenue, but rather from reallocated funding through the DoD. So, I mean, I don't really think that that would have happened. But now Americans actually do have the ability to get a quote-unquote stimulus check back. Okay, because now like states like California and companies like FedEx are suing the Trump administration, asking that they turn around and give each of their constituents $1,700. But what I'd like to point out here, and this is very clear, is that you're an insane guy if you'd support Trump as president no matter what. Like, no, if he raped a kid, you shouldn't support him. Okay, if he wants to be a dictator, you shouldn't support him. If he sexually exploited women, you shouldn't support him. Okay, if you raped a woman, you shouldn't support him. If he passed some of the worst economic policy in this country's history, you shouldn't support him, so on and so forth. You should never say that there's nothing a president could do that would make you lose your support.
Yeah, he's a baller, man. That's all I can say, man. Look at what he's doing to the White House.
You know? I think when you said he's a baller, that's all I could say. You meant it literally. Like, that's literally all you could say. How about this? Okay, I'm going to leave you on the live, and we'll continue to talk to you if you can name one Trump policy he's ever passed, like through Congress.
One Trump policy?
Yeah.
That bill, that beautiful bill thing.
Okay, the big beautiful bill. Damn, I really didn't expect you to be able to answer that question, so I'm going to kick you anyways. Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be able to answer the question. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to talk to that. I don't want to talk to that drunk idiot. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real. Okay. The crazy person is back in the queue. The NJ92 person. I'm actually quite concerned for her. I'm actually quite concerned for her. Yeah, I'm gonna give her a quick message real quick because I'm concerned for her.
What are you concerned about?
Okay, first and foremost.
What are you concerned about?
Don't say the R word on my live. Don't say it anywhere. It's very
I
derogatory.
won't. I'm sorry.
I
I apologize.
Do you understand
Yeah,
how that's
I'm sorry.
derogatory towards the disabled community?
Of course.
So you genuinely apologize.
You're familiar with that, with the N-word that you dropped when you were a teenager. So yeah, I apologize.
That's a good That's a good
You know
example.
what I mean? All right.
Yeah. When I was
Yeah.
14, I used the
All right,
word
so
to
move
refer to my
on, move
friends, and I
on.
realized why that was wrong. Yes,
Right,
good example.
Move on. I said sorry.
Okay, good. I brought you back up here just for a moment.
Let's talk about you, Dean. We're not
Well-
talking about Trump. You're canceled right now. Do not mute me. Talk about what I'm saying.
She's doing the same thing again. I brought you back up
Because
just to
you're
tell you.
caught.
I want to be able to help you out
Open
here because
up.
it sounds
Be
like
honest.
you're not okay.
Talk about your donations. Talk about your donations. You're on air right now. Okay.
I'll talk about my
Come on.
donations. I got
Defend
10
yourself. No. Don't make up the lies. Like, what do you like? Defend them. I'm
Okay.
calling you out right now. I'm calling you out on your fake
I don't
donations.
really want to talk
Respond.
about the donations, if I'm going to be honest.
I know you don't because they're fake. But I'm putting you on the spotlight. There's 17,000 apparently people listening. Defend it. I'm calling you out. I'm telling you, your comments and your donations are fake.
So you just think I fake everything?
Defend it. Respond.
Okay.
You're a debater. Respond.
Okay, here's my response. I just got $20 from Alex on PayPal as we
No.
speak.
That's fake, though. That's fake. Pussy,
How-
that's fake.
This doesn't have
defend
any
it.
identity. How's this fake?
You're a liar.
How's this fake?
It's fake, bro.
Did I just
We all
Photoshop this in
know.
like less than
You
3
are
seconds?
Dean, you are canceled. You're already canceled. Like
For
as
what?
of last week. As of last week, you're already canceled. Defend yourself.
Okay.
I'm giving you the opportunity.
Okay.
Defend yourself.
I'm gonna run with that opportunity. So I tried to defend myself, and I tried to prove that the donations
You
weren't
tried?
fake.
No. I'm asking
But-
you to defend yourself. Shut the fuck up and defend yourself. You're
Well,
a pussy.
defending-
defend yourself. I'm asking you.
defending myself would
Defend
require
yourself.
I
You look
speak.
like a dumbass right now. You're jambling up your words.
I kicked her. She probably violated TOS there. I don't want another flag on my stream. I appreciate you so much for that, Galaxy. NJ, I'll bring you back up in another 10 minutes. You just need a 10-minute cooldown. She's so insane. Like, what is her problem, bro? What is her problem, bro? She has got to be the most unhinged person ever. Like, I think that we've had like guests that say worse things, okay, but like simultaneously, like she's so unhinged. Welcome in, Patriot.
I
Do
cannot
you support
believe
Trump?
what you just said, bro.
Okay. Are you a Trump
You
supporter?
just said that yes, I am, but you just said that a disabled person is mentally challenged. You do realize that just came out of your mouth.
What?
That is highly disrespectful.
So
you
calling
just said,
it's also ableist to call disabled people mentally challenged.
how is that?
Because it's used in a derogatory way by society,
A
and disabled people don't want to be
disability
called
can
that.
construe of a former veteran who has served our country, and you're calling them mentally challenged?
Okay. It's rage bait. All right. Rage bait aside, I'd recommend changing your username. Your username is C Patriots Unite, but then the first 2 letters of it are just CP capitalized. Just saying. Like, I don't know. That's what caught my eye when I saw you in the queue. I was like, oh, is this a weirdo because CP is in
I've
his
been
name?
on here before, bro, and I got you with oil and gas last time. So you can go ahead and pick my name apart. You're a great bully. That's what you are.
It's just like a genuine recommendation.
It
It's not me
stands for
trying to bully you,
Christian.
like
It stands for Christian. You can't fit the full name. All you've done is sat here and picked apart people and been a bully to them, and then you sit here and laugh about it. What is wrong with you, bro?
Christian
Are you
Patriots,
even humane?
but a CP Unite. Okay, that's terrible. Do you see the glaring issue with that?
If that's where your mind goes first, I'm sorry for you.
Well, I mean, it definitely is when we have a president that we just learned today is guilty of the largest presidential scandal ever because he illegally redacted his name and hid files of him being accused of child rape. So
how much
when I see a supporter of his with CP in the name,
how much is the Democratic Party is named in there, and what does CPU stand for?
What is CPU? Central
isn't that
Processing
related
Unit?
to computers?
Yeah, but it's not CPU.
Wow.
It's CP. You can't just like
Who's the
imagine a
initials?
U at the end.
Wow.
Now I understand that
You're great at
the
picking on
full
me.
the
You
full
got
username is C Patriots Unite. I feel like if you were to condense it down to CPU Patriots Unite, like put the U as well, like that would make it a little better.
I literally couldn't even put SEE. That's what I wanted to put in here.
Okay.
But
Do you mind if I thank a couple people before we hop into a debate? Let's go ahead and talk
Yeah,
about
go ahead.
Trump.
Thank them up, man.
Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Max. Max says, you're canceled. I guess I am. I don't know why. Thank you so much for the love. Then Captain Pharaoh, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. He says, how about some of us fake donors come up and say hi? No, you could never because you're a bot. You're not even real. I'd also like to thank you, Glampire. Thank you for the $10 for another.
Jill, I appreciate the donation.
What did you say?
I was saying thank you to Jill. She donated to me. Thank you, Joshua.
Oh, okay. Well, you're interrupting me, so I'm going to ask you to stop grifting and stop being a petulant man-child and hold it off until the real man is done speaking.
Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it.
W Ragebait. Dude, holy shit. Jenna, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Jenna. It is so good to see you again today, and that is so fucking kind of you. Jenna with $100 says, here's your fake money, Dean. Thank you so much for the fake money, Jenna. Show some love to Jenna down below in that chat. Seriously, on a real note, just know that I really fucking appreciate you. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Taylor, over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, hey, Dean, have you heard Texas Republican Bo French say that he wants to deport Native Americans? Yeah, bro, fuck him. It's just so insane. Thank you for the $20, Taylor. Let's get 200 Taylor W's and 100 Brian W's for the $10, who says, what is wrong with these people today? This is for the stress that you have to endure. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Has anyone else like picked up on the fact that all the guests today have been like weirdly insane? I don't know. And then Lindsay, thank you for the $10 as well, saying for whatever's happening with the guest today. I know, right? And then Molly, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying here's my fake donation. Well, thank you so much for the fake donation, Molly. Show some love to Molly. And Mason, thank you so much for the $10 for the fake dono. Amy with the $10 for the fake dono. And then Lillian with the $10. She says, here is something fake. And then Russell with the $5 saying, beep boot. Beep boop. Sorry. Thank you so much for that love, Russell. We're all caught up over on Super Chat and Venmo to quickly get caught up on PayPal. Christian, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. He says, first donation ever. Testing to make sure I'm not a fake person. You are not. You are a real boy. You are a real girl, Christine. You are not fake. And then Alex, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, I wonder if these MAGA color assholes ever get jealous of the shit that spews from their mouth. Thank you for keeping people informed. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Alex. I try to keep people informed. I don't know if I could get people like this to be informed. I think that they're just too stupid. Same thing to Cully. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And then Genevieve, thank you so much for the $20, saying still trying to figure out you got me to send this fake donation. Thank you for the fake $20, Genevieve. And Brandon with the 15 saying sending my very first fake donation. Shout out to you for the very first fake donation. And then Melissa with another $20 who says, here's another fake donation. Thank you so much, you guys. Show some love to Melissa and all the donors down below in that chat. Let's go to the hop into that debate. Take it away, man. Tell us why you're MAGA. We are all caught up on the fake donations.
Well, I gotta say thank you to Joshua up here.
Grifter.
Thank you, Vision.
Grifting.
I'm not grifting. I'm literally getting more donations than you are on the stream as far as that goes, bro.
Whatever you say, buddy. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because he's the president of the United States and he supports Americans.
Okay, why do you think that Trump supports Americans?
Oh, he supports blue-collar trades. He supports agriculture. Let's see. He probably supports most of the stuff that conservative people would want to be supported in. He doesn't try to push them out of their neighborhoods.
Ideals. Okay, and what conservative ideals does he support?
I just told you. I literally just listed them off. Blue-collar trades as part of being conservative. Agricultural trades.
Okay, so those are part of the conservative ideals that he supports. Got it. Okay, so let's start with that first one. You're saying that Trump supports blue-collar. Okay, well, from my perspective, no the fuck he doesn't, because he made the healthcare premiums go up for 45 million Americans in the working class, so a lot of them being blue-collar, by allowing the ACA subsidy to expire, which then led to a monthly premium increase from around $500 to $3,000. Not to mention the big beautiful bill was also detrimental to the working class and blue-collar. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it reduces the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, while increasing it disproportionately for anybody making over that dollar amount.
Who is making under 51,000 as a blue collar worker?
The average American?
No.
Yeah, the average
I think
American
you got
makes
blue collar
$47,000
trades
a year.
mixed up with like
$37,000 a year.
Yeah, I don't think you know what blue collar trades are. Can you list off any blue collar trades?
Being a plumber, being an electrician, being a welder,
So
being a construction
can you name
worker.
one electrician that makes under 51,000 a year?
I couldn't name one electrician, period. I have a very small friend group.
I can tell. Can you name one welder that makes under 51,000 a year?
I couldn't name one welder, period.
Can you name one semi driver that makes under 51,000 a year?
I don't know one semi driver, period.
And this is why you don't respect the American working class.
Because I don't personally know a welder, any electrician, or a semi-driver?
No,
Really?
because you don't know anything about them, bro. You just claim that they make under 51,000, and there's not a single one of the trades you listed that makes under 51,000.
I don't believe you, because a lot of blue-collar workers are the average American, and the average American makes under $51,000 per year.
Okay, we're not average Americans. See, we actually get up and go to work.
What?
That's the point.
The average American gets up and goes to work.
No, I agree with that partially, I guess, but I mean, you got a lot of them that go off of, depending on the government for their lifestyle and where they live and you see how that works? Like, you got to understand, bro, that CDLs have been saved because of Trump. Okay. We're actually getting
Can you address the fact that, like,
trade.
I don't think that, can you agree that a lot of, like, blue-collar workers are representative of the average American?
No, I don't think it's the average American. Because
really? Can you give me a source on that?
I'm just saying on a personal opinion level, I do not think that's true at all. Can you provide a factual?
Sure. Yeah. The median income of the median income of somebody with
American?
Yeah, for sure. The median income of an American with just a high school diploma is $50,000 per year. Okay, and that's going to be representative of a lot of the working class and a lot of blue collar workers.
Is this like a national average? Is what you're taking it off
yes.
of? That's what you guys love to do, is arrange money or arrange numbers to go towards the money. That is like an analyst can make any number say anything. You know that's how
we're literally just looking at median
right?
incomes that are reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, even if you think that the Bureau of Labor Statistics would be able to contort the data to make it better representative of the narrative they are pushing, well, then you will have to explain why I'm getting this data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics while it is being led by the Trump administration. I think that you're just clearly espousing anti-intellectualist rhetoric because you are holding to this position that there are no blue-collar workers that are representative of the average American. And when I'm able to give you data to dispute that clearly from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, you just say that you don't trust the data. Well, see, the issue here is if you don't trust the data, then what evidence and reason are you using to build your belief? Okay? Right? Like, here, for instance, no, that's not even true. The Bureau of Labor the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us that the median annual income for blue collar workers in the U.S. is between $37,000 and $50,000.
Okay, can you repeat that very last part again?
The median annual income for blue collar workers in America is between $37,000 and $50,000 per the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, how many of them are certified journeymen and have actually been in the trade for longer than the first year of apprenticeship?
Why are you asking this question? I'd assume that would constitute the median blue-collar worker. Like the median, the average blue-collar worker has likely been in it for more than a year.
And then they mess around and find out that it ain't meant for everybody.
Okay, but I'd assume that the average blue-collar worker has been working in the trades for more than a year.
And I guarantee you they probably don't make under 51,000.
Well, the data says otherwise, sir. The data says the average blue-collar worker makes right around 50,000.
Yeah, I highly disagree with that. I don't know where you're
So then give me your source.
Numbers on blue collar.
Dude, I literally, you are so stupid.
I literally
gave you the
don't know
Bureau of
one
Labor
blue collar
Statistics.
worker, and that's like all my friend groups are, is just blue collar.
Okay. All right. Well, so then your friend groups probably constitute those that are like higher skilled blue collar workers that have been in the trades for like 5 to 10 years plus. I'm just telling you what the data describes. The data describes that the median income for a blue collar worker is around $50,000, which by the way makes like so much sense because the median income for the average American is right around the $30,000 through $50,000 mark as well.
What I'm saying is you could apply for any job for welding, electrician, as long as you have your certifications. There's not going to be any job that's going to offer that low of pay.
How about this? What is your source outside of your anecdotal experiences? What is your source?
I mean, look up a little tiny state called Williston, North Dakota, buddy.
Okay, so you're saying that blue collar workers in one area make more money than elsewhere, which by the way is just another claim, not one that you provided a source for. But that's fine. Okay.
Billings, Montana.
Okay, we would expect
Cheyenne,
the median
Wyoming.
income in a metropolitan area such as Denver, Colorado, to be higher than the national average.
Well, of course, because right now they're one of the highest priced places to live, like California.
Right.
Thanks to your blue party.
Now, it actually has a lot to do with the fact that there's a lot of people in one area, high demand, low supply, lower supply relative to the demand. But are you going to give a source for your claim, or are you just like relying on Trust Me Bros?
I mean, Halliburton. Do you want me to start listing off companies that you can look up what their starting wages are?
No, that's not a source for the claim that the median blue collar worker in America makes more than $51,000 per year.
I was arguing the fact that you more or less called them average, and I just don't think an average.
There are plenty. Listen, I agree. Here's my point. There are plenty blue collar workers that are not representative of the average American and make much more than the average American. There just happens to be a lot of blue collar workers that also make less than the average American or make the same amount as the average American. This is what the Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us.
Like I said, I just don't think they're an average American to be in that national average.
I understand that you have 3 brain cells, so you can't understand this concept. A lot of blue collar workers make more than the average American. A lot of blue collar workers make less than the average American. A lot of blue collar workers make the same as the average American. What is difficult to understand about this?
Bro, literally earlier you couldn't understand, and I didn't put you down. I didn't sit there and bully you. I didn't sit there and do anything to you when I said there's a far difference between a disabled person and a mentally challenged person, and you sat there and didn't even apologize to the committee of disabled people.
Because the committee of the disabled people. Well, I never said that disabled people are mentally challenged.
Yes, you did. Look back on your recording. You said, don't use that word in my room. And then you said, it is not. Go ahead, just rewatch it, bro. I'm not going to sit here and try to rewatch it for you. I'm telling you, you literally, that's what got me so hyped to come up here in the first place, is because you literally called disabled people mentally challenged. Go back and look at your dang recording, bro.
I might as well make some money off of this. How much do you want to bet?
I don't bet, bro. I'm Christian. I already told you that.
Well, I guess it's not even a bet from your perspective, since you're so confident. Do you want to make some free money?
Sure, why not? If you're willing to donate, we like donations.
Yeah, so if you're right, I'll give you what, $500? If you're wrong, you'll give me what, $500?
I'm not giving you any money.
Okay.
I think you make plenty
you
off
wouldn't
of
have to
lying
give me any money
people
if you're right.
That's called a bet, bro. Do you not understand
it's not a bet if you know that you're right.
Making a bet. Do you not understand the definition of making a bet?
Well, from your perspective, it's not really a bet because you know that you're right, correct? Or are you now all of a sudden not so confident in the claim that you were just saying you were sure of 30 seconds ago?
I just don't have to sit here and try to encourage what I said was true based off of a money basis.
Well, I mean, I might as well make, like, I'm basically offering you free money,
most
right?
people that go into it,
you're not going to take the free money.
And they say, "Hey, I'll bet you $100."
He's passing on. What that tells me is that you're just not too confident in your claim. By the way, you said that you're not willing to bet because you're Christian, but you are willing to vote for a rapist even though you're Christian.
Okay, that is totally falsified right there, because you're going off of a civil case, which I'm not going to get into you because that is what we have already discussed on here the last time I was up here. So let's go on some new factual information, bro.
You want to go into some new factual information?
Okay, who's listed more in the files, bro? The Democratic Party and the billionaires who support the Democratic Party, or one name that you keep on listing? Who's listed more in the files?
actually Trump's. His name is mentioned over 1 million times.
So now it's 1 million times, huh?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm going to kick you. You're obviously not here for combo. Okay, it has been NJ's 10 minutes. Okay. I need to stop putting y'all through this circle of hell. I need to stop putting y'all through this circle of hell. Okay.
Why did you kick him? What did you say that was wrong? Because
well,
you kicked me
I kicked
for saying the R word.
Okay,
why did you kick him?
So I kicked you to talk to him, then I kicked him to talk to you. But the reason why I kicked you, now listen, the reason why I kicked you is because you started calling me stupid. You started calling me, you can't use those words on TikTok.
Replay it. You did say that.
No, because then those words will get me taken down.
Dean, I'll bet you $5,000 right now on air. Replay it.
$5,000 over what?
You kicked me off for saying the R word, and then you called disabled people mentally challenged. Replay it. I'll bet you $5,000.
Oh, bet.
There, because
No. In my conversation, when you kicked me off,
it's gonna take me a moment to get there.
Dean, don't be dumb. You're a very smart guy.
It's gonna take me a moment to get there. I can't just magically load up the portion of the VOD from the ending of our last conversation. It's like a YouTube video. I just have to select like a random point, and then I have to either go forward or back from there to find the point in the VOD. So stop talking. Shut the fuck up. All right? I know that's hard for you, like, clearly. Okay? But, like, just give me a moment here to find that point in the VOD, and then you're going to owe me $5,000.
What got me so hyped to come up here and use
if you're anecdote, you got to go ways back dollars.
Actually, I guess.
To work. I talked to that guy for a while.
Forward.
Oh, my goodness. How long did I talk to him? Today is guilty of the largest presidential... I just know that I really... perspective.
No average American.
Yeah, because it sounds
Be
like
honest.
you're not okay.
Talk about your donations.
Here we are.
Talk about your donations. You're on air.
Sound.
Move on.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna give her a quick message real quick because I'm concerned for her.
What are you concerned about?
Okay, first and foremost.
What are you concerned about?
Don't say the R word on my live. Don't say it anywhere. It's very
I
derogatory.
won't. I'm sorry.
I
I apologize.
Do you understand how that's
I'm
derogatory towards the disabled community?
Of course.
So you genuinely apologize.
You're familiar with that, with the N-word that you dropped when you were a teenager. So yeah, I apologize.
That's a good example. That's a good
you know
example.
What I mean? All right.
Yeah. When I was 14, I used the
All right,
N-word
so
to
move
refer to my
on,
friends,
move on.
and I realized why that was wrong. Yes,
Right,
good example.
Move on. I said sorry.
Okay, good. I brought you back up here just for a moment.
Let's talk.
Okay, yeah, you owe me $5,000. My Venmo and my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio. They could also be found in the pinned message over on YouTube. They could be found in the handles also at the top of the phone screen. How do you want to pay me? NJ? Oh, you've had so much to say.
No, you keep muting me. No. Keep going. You didn't finish. Keep going. You just muted me, bro.
That was
Go
it about
back.
the conversation.
No, you didn't finish. You owe me $5,000. Go back.
Okay.
I'm not done. Talk about you, Dean. We're not talking about Trump. Let's go. You're canceled right now. Do not mute me. Talk about what I'm saying.
She's doing the same thing again. I brought you back to the comments. I want to be able to
Open
talk.
up.
It sounds
Be
like
honest.
you're not okay.
Talk about your donations. You're on air right now. Okay.
I'll talk about my
Come on.
donations.
Defend yourself. No. Don't make up the lies. Like, what do you like to defend them?
Do you see how that was the end of the conversation about the R
No,
word?
keep going. It's no. You didn't say it yet. Keep going. You said mentally disabled, mentally challenged. I'm calling you out on your fake
I don't really
donations.
want to talk about the donations. If I'm
I know you don't because they're fake. But I'm putting you on the spotlight. There's 17,000 apparently people listening. Defend it. I'm calling you out. I'm telling you, your comments and your donations are fake.
So you're saying fake everything?
Defend it. Respond.
Okay.
You're a debater. Respond.
Okay, here's my response. I just got $20 from Alex on PayPal. As we
No,
speak.
that's fake though. That's fake. Pussy, that's fake. No,
listen,
defend it.
how's it fake?
You're a liar.
How's it fake?
It's fake, bro.
I just
We all
photoshopped this in
know.
like less than
You
2
are
seconds.
Dean.
Where is it?
No, keep going. Hold on. Keep going.
Get to Lulu!
We're almost there. You're canceled.
laughing.
You're already canceled. Like, as of last week, you're already canceled. Defend yourself.
Okay.
I'm giving you the opportunity.
Yo, Allspice Cat! Thank you so much for the Interstellar on TikTok! I just had to thank Allspice Cat for the Interstellar! Let's go! Let's get 5 big booms for Interstellar! Boo! 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 Boo!
Tourette's vibes.
Okay, and there she goes again. Get out of here. Yeah, you're never coming up again. You owe me $5,000 though. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the live right now. Just what a piece of shit, dude. All right, she's not coming up ever again. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. How's it going, man?
It's going all right. How old are you?
But I am 35.
All right, dude. Oh my God. How long have we been live? An hour and 43 minutes. Honestly, folks, so we're only doing 3 hours of debates compared to 4 hours of debates because, of course, the last hour of the stream will be going over the, what's the word I'm looking for here? State of the Union. And I've never been happier about that because we're only like close to 2 hours in and I already feel so done. Before we hop into our debate, I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass you that mic. Thank you so much, Mama Lisa, for the $20 over on YouTube, who says, they're also insufferable. I don't know how you do it, but thank you and keep cooking. I appreciate you so much for that love, Mama Lisa. Thank you so much for your support. And honestly, it's because I've kind of gotten a little bit used to it. And then SL, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. God damn! Thank you for the love and support. SL with the 50 says, so glad you're doing the State of the Union. I couldn't watch it otherwise. Yeah, we'll have fun tonight. We'll have fun. We're going to be slapping his lies down. And then same thing to you, Flickhead. Thank you so much for the 50 euros over on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Flickhead W's. Y'all are going crazy tonight. Thank you for the kindness. Flickhead with the 50 says, little donation from the mythical land of England. The MAGA brains aren't even rotten anymore. They're dissolved. Keep on doing what you do. Much love. Much love to yourself, bro. Much love to yourself, bro. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. We're all caught up over there on Super Chat. Let's catch up on Venmo. Thank you for the $2. Why? Emily, thank you for the 1. And then Noel, thank you so much for the $15 donation. He says, when the cold comes out in droves to try to cancel you, you know you've made it. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Noel, and you're absolutely right. Rin, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, I'm an average blue collar. I'm an average in an average mechanic shop. Sorry, anybody who's not a master tech makes less than $50K per year, and all those people are blue collar. Yep. Chris, thank you so much for the $15. And then Brooke, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, here's a thank you for what you do. A little support for the amount of nonsensical people you've talked to so far today. Bro, I know, right? They've been so crazy. Thank you for the love. Then same thing to you, Andre, over on Venmo with a $20. Thank you, man. Who says, are you covering the State of the Union tonight? Love what you do, been watching for years. Yes, we will be covering the State of the Union tonight. I cannot wait. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to you. Hopefully we should have Parker join in here shortly. And then Fussy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying can't wait for the State of the Union. Me neither, man. Thank you for the 10. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $5. She says, my girlfriend broke up with me because I was pro-choice. I won this from a bet with her, so glad she's out of my life. That's a crazy story. You don't hear that a lot. My girlfriend broke up with me because I was pro-choice. Interesting. And then Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 to buy something for Momo. She's too cute. Thank you so much. And we're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I kind of like this Dean guy, and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, over in the pin message on YouTube, and it's also at the top of the phone screen. Go 100% of those proceeds. You could attach a message, and I'll do my best to read it off. Now, that last guy left, but we're all caught up, so let's go to move on to the next guest. We're also going to go ahead and shoot a text off to Parker real quick to see when he's going to join. Yo, gonna join soon. What's up? How old are you?
Hey. Hey, Dean.
Hey, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Well, I primarily support America, but yes, I do like President Trump.
Yeah, I'd say if you support America, you shouldn't support Trump, but we'll get into that. So tell us, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, he's not the worst president of my life. If I had to take a guess, I would say Clinton was the worst president of my life.
Well, I mean, Clinton's definitely guilty of some scandals, but Trump is guilty of the largest presidential scandal in American history.
Well, I'm not sure I believe that.
Sure it is. Today, we figured out that he illegally hid Epstein files, where he's accused of child rape.
I've heard you say that a couple of times. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
I can help you get familiar.
So I can't speak on it, and I'm not going to take your word for it. Nothing personal. But I haven't personally read what you're talking about, so I can't speak on it. I don't have an opinion, but I can speak on many reasons why I think Clinton was the worst president of my life. I was born in 1977.
Okay, one second, man. I want to get you caught up to speed here. So you said that you weren't really familiar with the whole situation, the massive scandal. So I'm going to go ahead and just get you caught up to speed. I made a really informative video about it right before I went live.
It has been confirmed that Donald Trump illegally hid files that allege he raped a child. This very well could be the largest presidential scandal of American history, and no one is talking about it. So make sure to watch, share, and repost this video so everybody knows what we're about to dive into. So here's everything that you need to know. Let's start from the top. First and foremost, NPR released this bombshell article earlier today stating that they've done an investigation into the Epstein files, and what they've concluded is that the Justice Department has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor, per their investigation findings. They then go on to say what was withheld were more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Donald Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor. But that's not all, because after NPR published their article, Democrats from the Oversight Committee in the House of Representatives, you know, the elected officials that have access to the unredacted Epstein files, said that they can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with a survivor who accused President Trump of sexual abuse. That's all for now, but seriously, like I said at the beginning of the video,
There you go. Look at you, all caught up to speed, educated and shit.
Well, I realize you showed me your propaganda video. That's fine. And I...
Buddy, I was reading off of...
understand the fact that
I was
you
reading off of
believe-
NPR and being corroborated by congressmen and women. Just because it makes Trump look like the asshole he is doesn't make it propaganda, Mr. Brain-Rotted Grandpa. Poet and I didn't know it. Look at that.
Okay. The reason I'm calling it propaganda is because, okay, yeah, you may have gotten that information off of NPR. Who wrote it? Why did they write it? What was their agenda? What was your
To
agenda?
expose the largest political scandal in the last 249 years. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
No.
All right. You said that the files were illegally redacted.
Yes.
Correct? How were they illegally redacted?
Because in accordance with Section 9, subsection B and C of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the Department of Justice was only allowed to make redactions for the personal information of victims or minors, as well as their identities. And he illegally redacted the non-personal testimony of a survivor accusing him of rape.
So, let's see. How do we, now, there are allegations in the files that are not credible. For example, there's a story about him throwing a baby off of a boat with Epstein present 10 years before they met.
I understand what you're saying.
Hang on.
You're saying you don't believe all the allegations. Yeah,
No,
fine.
no,
Okay,
no,
whatever.
let me talk.
I get you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So there was a story about him throwing a baby off of a boat with Epstein present 10 years before they met. There was the story, what's her name? Katie Johnson, who turned out to be a producer from the Jerry Springer show.
I haven't seen that.
There was, what's that?
I haven't seen that, but go ahead.
It's on Snopes. You want me to send you the article?
Sure, but I just want you to finish your statement first.
Okay. So what I'm saying is there are allegations that were revealed in the files that turned out to not be credible. So how do we know that the allegation you're talking about is credible?
Okay, so check this out. I don't expect you to think that the allegations inside of the Epstein files are credible because you're a MAGA man. You do not believe women and girls. Okay? The reason why I made the point that
No,
I
that's
did,
not true. No.
Now you
You're not gonna
called
lie
me
about
out for cutting you off. Now you're going to sit down and shut up while I respond to what you said. Okay? Be fair.
You're not going to call me a liar.
Okay. I'm definitely going to call you a liar. 110% if you do lie. But I didn't
Well, I
call
would
you a liar in my
expect
last
you to
address.
if I lied,
What
but I didn't lie.
what I said, listen, man, don't get upset because I called you out for who
I'm
you
not
are.
upset.
You're a MAGA man. MAGA men don't believe women and girls, and that's absolutely true.
No, that's not true.
Okay, then explain to me why you doubt Trump is a rapist when E. Jean Carroll accused him of it, then proved it in a court. Explain to me why you doubt that Donald Trump is a sexual exploiter
All right.
when he
All right,
admitted
hang
to
on,
it on
hang
Howard
on.
Stern's
Let's-
radio show in
let's go back to
2005.
E. Jean Carroll.
Explain to me why you don't think that Trump is a sexual predator with over 40 plus credible accusations, not including the accusations made inside of the Epstein files. And explain to me why all this doesn't add up to you when he said on his own daughter, told a 10-year-old girl that he'd be dating her in 10 years. was best friends with Epstein when he knew what Epstein was doing, sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of girls with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," or having Epstein send Larry Nassar a letter days before he killed himself or died, stating that President Trump shared their affiliation for young, sexually attractive girls, okay? It doesn't make any sense. Clearly, you don't believe women and girls, or you wouldn't be on the side of history that you are, so don't, pretend that I'm lying or that I'm misrepresenting you as a person when I sit here and say I don't expect you to believe the credible accusations in the Epstein files because you are a MAGA man.
You rattled off a whole bunch. Let's go back to E. Jean Carroll. Okay. Did you believe the O.J. Simpson verdict?
Yes. In the civil court,
Did you believe the Casey Anthony verdict?
I've clearly heard that name before, and I likely should know who they are, but I don't know.
Did you believe the Lorena? Well, you're probably not old enough to remember Lorena Bobbitt. Did you? Who was the guy that shot Trayvon Martin?
Okay, just sum it up.
Chauvin.
What's the point here? Also, Parker, welcome in.
Derek Chauvin. Did you believe that verdict?
Derek Chauvin? He murdered George Floyd. Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the guy that shot Trayvon Martin that was acquitted. Did you agree with that verdict?
Likely not, or likely yes. I don't know. I don't know the specifics.
So
Can you just make the point?
Yeah.
Likely
are
I don't believe him. I don't
believe,
know.
and there's court cases you don't.
Okay, but do you notice here how when there's a court case that I'm not familiar with, I'm not going to say that I do or don't believe the acquittal because I know nothing about it. All right, because I can't give you an argument insofar as why it was right or why it was wrong because I don't know who these people are. Okay. Meanwhile, you're sitting over here basically rejecting the outcome of the Trump civil court case because. Okay.
I'll give you the reasons I reject. For one thing, you're not old enough to remember when Donald Trump from the 90s, billionaire playboy, walks into a Manhattan department store. Have you been to Manhattan?
No.
Okay. When you go to Manhattan, there is people everywhere. All right, you walk into a department store in Manhattan. Billionaire playboy Donald Trump is so overdriven with sexual desire that he forces this mildly attractive woman into a...
Gross.
No, I ain't buying it. Well, I'm sure you are.
Okay, so the argument is that... Yeah, the argument is that you don't believe the outcome of the court case because he's a billionaire and you don't think that she's pretty.
It's not
okay.
because I don't believe women.
All right, hey, can you shut that up?
I don't believe her.
Listen, me and Parker are going to hop in here real quick. So the argument is you don't believe that he's a rapist because he's a billionaire. Oh, so this means that you believe...
No, that is not what I said. Okay. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, no, you said that the reason why you don't believe him is because he's a billionaire playboy and she was mildly unattractive.
No, that is... I said imagine billionaire playboy Donald Trump.
Yeah, imagine a billionaire raping a woman who you find unattractive. Therefore, you don't believe her because he's a billionaire and she's unattractive. That's your position.
No, she... All right. See, you're too young to remember Donald Trump from the 90s.
And I think that you're too old to have a good conversation with somebody without letting your tribalism and your ego get in the way. There's many of old people that have the ability to still critically think and want to learn, but then yet there's a whole other group of old people that have found themselves so firmly set in their beliefs that they're unwilling to change their mind in accordance with critical thought. And I think that's bad. I'm going to try to respond to the position that you gave me. Now, once again, you're saying, I don't believe Eugene Carroll because imagine Donald Trump, a billionaire, raping this woman who you find unattractive.
Well, you didn't let me finish talking.
Now I'm going to have to put you on mute. So first and foremost, you shouldn't believe that a man is less likely to rape somebody because they're worth more money. If anything, you should believe that they're more likely to rape somebody because they're worth more money. Epstein, billionaire, guess you believe he's innocent, okay? Diddy, rich guy, guess you believe he's innocent, okay? Drake, rich guy, guess you believe that he's innocent. Holy fuck, O.J. Simpson, rich guy, guess you believe that he's innocent. Bill Cosby, rich guy, guess you believe that he's innocent. Guess he didn't admit to buying sedatives, to date rape a woman that he found sexually attractive. So obviously, just merely pointing out the fact that Donald Trump is worth a lot of money, therefore he didn't rape anybody, is a bad argument because it's just A, contradictory to what we already know about other rich men, and B, that argument is why we see so many rich and powerful men getting away with rape today because they say, oh, well, they're so rich they could have anybody. Okay, therefore, why would Jeffrey Epstein need to go buy an island just to traffic and rape kids? Okay, which is exactly why maybe it took the authorities so many years to catch on. But anyways, he left. He ran away. Parker, welcome in. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. That guy's crazy. Literally doesn't acknowledge that in the deposition that Donald Trump mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. So this whole argument that like she wasn't designated as attractive is ridiculous because then you'd have to concede that Donald Trump was to get or was specifically in relationships with women that he would not deem as attractive.
Parker, it's been like this all day long. It's like actually like honestly starting to get a little crazy, right? Like it's just I know when I pick a guest that they're just gonna be insane. Like sincerely, for all the viewers at home, for the 17,000 people on TikTok, for the 7.2 thousand people on YouTube, all right, like have we had a guest today that is more than one guest that has been reasonably sane? Because the one guest that wasn't insane was reasonably sane, and we were able to change his mind in like less than 5 minutes. I'm going to thank a couple people, then we will move on to the next guest. We have 40 minutes until the State of the Union starts. We're probably going to take like 10 or 15 minutes before the State of the Union starts to kind of debrief what our thoughts are, what we can expect, and what we are going to go over. And then when the time comes, when the live stream starts, I'm going to momentarily have Parker leave the live stream so I could switch the layout of the live stream to a different view. Apparently, according to TikTok, I can't have anybody on the live when I do that. And then we'll have him rejoin the live stream, and then we'll hop into going over it. I think that we're going to have a long night tonight. We did just see some reporting from Aaron Parnas that Trump plans to speak for over 2 hours. But listen, folks, I'm going to be honest. I think he's either going to fall asleep, pass out, or shit his diaper before he hits that hour mark. So I want to expect us to be up that long. But I'm going to quickly thank a couple people while we get that next guest loaded in here. Lady Sorella, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Show some love to Lady S down below. Sorella with the 20 says, grape isn't about attraction. It is about power and control. Educate yourself before you speak on it. Super true, Sorella. Okay, if it was about attraction, then we wouldn't see men raping the carcasses of dead animals. Okay, consider that. We got Terry loading up into the box. Trey, sorry. We also got Batman. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says, Grandpa here is disgusting, a grape apologist, and possibly worse, a mansplainer. Appreciate you so much for that love, Batman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Cirilla and Batman down below while we try to get that next guest loaded in. Hello, Troy. Do you support Trump? No, he's not here. He's leaving the app. I'm going to send a notification out everywhere here in a moment that we are moments away from hopping into the State of the Union. We're probably going to do that 30 minutes out and then 10 minutes out on my Instagram channel. Let's go to get Teresa loaded up into the box. Over on Venmo, Miss Hannah, thank you so much for the $50 donation. I appreciate you so much for that love, Hannah. You were awesome. Wow, holy shit. Let's get 500 Hannah W's. Who says, this guy calling victims, quote unquote, not credible as Trump v. J.E. survivor. This is why the monster is president, because quote unquote the kids have wild imaginations. He's part of the problem. There is actual visible evidence. It's CSAM, so enjoy the fake 50. Well, I appreciate you for the $50, Hannah. It's good to see you again. And he absolutely is a part of the problem. Why do you think that rich and powerful men are able to get away with it? It's because then you have like morons like that guy saying, oh, I'll do whatever the rich, powerful billionaire wants me to do. Deny that he raped somebody? Sure. Cassie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Who says, my now MAGA ex paid me $200 to unblock him on Snapchat today. So I got the money and immediately blocked him again. Here's some for you. Cassie, you're a goddamn queen. Okay. Show someone to Cassie down below. I mean, just what a queen. What a goat. Hell yes. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Fuck yes, Cassie. Welcome into Sport Trump. 3 years old.
I feel like recently the streams have been absolutely unhinged. Like I've had some really crazy debates recently.
Oh, I know, Parker. I wonder what's causing it. And I honestly thought that I would be not as good at dealing with the bullshit today because I'm not going to lie, I got no sleep last night. I don't know what it was. I was just super stressed. Couldn't go to bed. Maybe got 2 hours. So I'm like sitting here with my Red Bull, but I think I've been holding myself together quite well. One of the more successful streams in my opinion. Still trying to find that next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you.
How's it going?
It's going all right, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
All right, I'm
Can
gonna
I tell you what?
Yeah, well, we could get this argument started, Parker. Then I'm actually gonna go use the restroom. Sure. Why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA because you know, I love Trump, and I feel like he's our president right now, so we should be supporting him. And I have so many things to debate you on, actually, because this is my first time up here.
I have a question. If you lived in Russia, would you say that about Putin?
If I lived in Russia?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with me supporting Trump?
Well, just because they're the leader, that means you've got to support them, right? Under your view?
I have no problem with Vladimir Zelensky. Like, I feel like I love all presidents. You know, I love all their policies. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, what do you want to debate about, Dean? Because I'm ready. Let's go.
Parker's like trying to debate you right now. I'm actually going to use this as an opportunity to use the restroom. Parker, are you a mod on this account?
I think so.
All right. For everybody watching at home, I'm, you know, as I've said before, the quick piss.
All right, everyone, get your cameras ready. All right, and then what's it called? Parker, do you want to read your support goals, or you know, the fan goals?
I'm good. So no, the point that I was making was that your reasoning here would mean that like you should support Vladimir Putin if he were the leader of your country, which is obviously ridiculous. The point I was trying to get you to realize is that just because someone's a leader of your country does not mean that they're good. Donald Trump has tried to undermine our Constitution, our democratic values, our rule of law, right? Core fundamental American values.
Yeah.
Why do you
So
think
why-
he's a good candidate to support?
Because I feel like everyone has what's it called? Everyone's trying to put him like under what's it called? Federal prison, like for things that he was held guilty of. Like would you? This is like speculate this. Let's say, for example, you knew someone was a PDF file before. You meet with them in person, or you come across them and you tell them, hey, I know that guy. That's a PDF. Why are you doing that with Trump? Like, what is it about you that is so it's so mind-boggling just because he's in files or he's in something that he is a part of whatever's going on?
Why am I concerned that the president of the United States is credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files and that they're scrubbing that information?
Yes, because for you to call Trump a rapist, maybe like we should increase the age of consent to have a much more accurate percentage of sexual exploitation, because your standpoint is like literally conditioned by cases here that, and you look at you, I'm disproving you right now, Parker. Like, I think you need to use the bathroom, not Dean.
What? I don't even know what you're saying. You haven't even made a point yet.
I just did. Like I shook the table back at you. The hell?
Yeah, I'm confused. Would you like to try to clarify that one more time?
Okay. So listen, every point that you're making right now has zero subsequent substance for further persecution of the president. Okay? You're just going to be speaking of media coverage, and that's it. And you're going to keep doing it because that's your job. That's what people make you cause to grift others. Like, if you really actually cared if somebody was gonna like be in trouble for this, you would go to the police. But instead, you're here talking shit.
What?
You hate
He's
Trump.
the president of the United States. I can't just like go to the police. You want me to go to my local police department and be like, yo, the president of the United States was credibly accused in the Epstein files. What am I supposed to do? He's the president of the United States. Are you kidding me? I'm going on my social media platform where I can use my First Amendment right to talk about how ridiculous it is that the president of the United States was credibly accused by a minor, right? Someone who got a settlement with the Epstein estate and literally is trying to scrub the interviews with that person from the Epstein files when they are legally mandated to release the files.
It's complete scrutination what you're saying right now, though, because you're not part of it, bro. You're just speaking about it. Like, if you actually wanted true evidence for this, then you would actually like watch what's gonna happen, because like I feel like you don't understand that what's the difference between breaking a rule and actually, you know, not breaking a rule. Like you don't understand that.
I don't know the difference between breaking a rule and not breaking it. I think I can.
Is this guy just like
I'm confused what that point is.
This all just sounds like incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
This is just like gibberish. I'm sorry, like dude, like I said, I have a short temper today. Got no sleep. I'm still coherent enough to like follow a sentence. This is nonsense. Okay, you just sound like an idiot. I'm just gonna keep it very very clear with you. What you're saying makes no sense, and you sound stupid.
Okay, so listen, like if you're gonna hold anything against Trump, just understand that the reason for that is probably because you just think he's a really bad president. You think that he's not helping out with tariffs.
So the reason why I do hold things against Trump is because he's a bad person and a bad president. That follows. Yes.
You should guys try to follow. Yes. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do. Yes, you're supposed to hold things against people because they're bad people. Idiot.
Okay,
Once
so
again.
how come you didn't how come you don't talk about the presidents before that were Republicans, or like at least talk about Joe Biden, at least talk about the president before, because like
Yeah.
what you do here is
Should we
say,
just
oh,
move
Trump
on?
sucks, bro.
Like I'm
Trump
trying. I'm
sucks.
trying to get out of crazy town, man. I know that I'm kind of doing this to myself because I'm wanting and reaching out to Trump supporters. Let me just ask you a quick question. Name 2 good policies that Trump has passed through Congress.
Mhm. Give me 30 seconds.
To Google it.
Yeah, let him look it up on the AI overview.
Yeah, I want to find somebody that's not that crazy, preferably. I don't know what it is, man. It's just been every person today. It's kind of getting a little bit unruly. We got the next guest loaded up in here. By the way, guys, State of the Union starts here in 30 minutes, so stay tuned. It's going to be a long night. Me and Parker are going to be fact-checking Mr. Trump in real time. Are you locked in, bro? Are you excited? Are you ready to go?
Trust me, I am locked in, bro. I am ready to go. Are you locked in, man?
Oh, man, I'm hyped. We're going to have fun. So there's a lot of things that I have to explain about it later because there are some very strict rules that we have to follow on in order to not get the stream taken down for copyright infringement. So guys, keep in mind that if you want to watch the State of the Union with us here, just like expect me and Parker to be fact-checking Trump, which will include momentarily pausing the live stream every so often just to usher a few words. Like if he says something wrong, we'll wait for a natural breakpoint and then we'll pause it and we'll go, this wrong because X, Y, and Z in like less than 20 seconds. Okay, and then we'll continue it. Welcome it. And that's kind of like the theme. That's what you could expect because that's what we're going to do. It's going to be more of like an analysis than you might see elsewhere. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you told me to call or to try to dial you back in when I've changed my mind. I've spoke to you and Parker both in the past.
I recognize your voice. You have.
Yes. So first, Dean, this is a kind of a joke to you, but your shirt, you got on the wrong team shirt. You're supposed to be supporting the Florida Gators, not Vandy.
Well, I actually know nothing about Vandy except for the fact that I got one of their sweatshirts from TJ Maxx in high school for $15. I'm gonna be honest.
Nice.
So you've changed your mind.
Right.
You're no longer a Trump supporter.
Yes, I can't do it. Not when I have a daughter and she's about to enlist in the Air Force, and it concerns me. But it's just, as a president, you have to set yourself to a higher standard. And we as American citizens should always look at the president as the most highest ranking official, within America. And if the individual is not respected here in America, how can we truly look at him as anything else but a person? I also can't support him for just many of different things, just it's been very traumatic in the federal government side of the house for the last year since he's become president, starting with the Doge, then it going into hiring freezes and the shutdowns and all this kind of stuff. So
yeah,
it's just been very traumatic. And then now with the Epstein stuff and the hiding, listen to Pam Bondi try to justify the rationale on redacting certain things and non-redacting certain things. Of course, being on the HR side of the house, I understand redacting quite well, and I don't see how those mistakes were made.
Yeah.
I would have been fired and possibly put in prison if I did something so callous.
Man, I love to hear it. I don't remember the specific conversations that we've had in the past, but I recognize your voice, which tells me I've debated you more than once. And we're really happy to hear that you've changed your mind, man. I mean, it seems like every day now we hear from at least one person. So far today, we've changed one person's mind and had you come up onto the stream and tell us what you just shared. We're all very grateful for you, man. I hope and I know that there will be many more Americans like you to come. People are hopping off, the MAGA train every day. And it is time for the people to organize as one and stand against the tyranny of nobody other than Diape Don. And I hope that you have a good rest of your night, and I appreciate you for putting your daughter first.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, Parker, as well. Hey, and both of you had that crazy girl both on your live stream. She called Parker out about Reddit,
You're talking
and
about
then she
NJ.
jumped on yours. So yeah, just wanted to let you both know.
Yeah, she's crazy, man. She is. She's insane.
I
You have a
didn't
good
know.
rest
I
of
didn't know. Yeah, I was like, I had no clue what that is. I've never heard that one before. And then they got banned.
Dude, she's like honestly like the most unhinged person ever. Like truly, I say that like with confidence. I think that there's been guests that have said crazier things, but I don't think there's been a person that is crazier than this NJ persona. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Oh, hey, I'm on. No, no.
Hell
No, I just
yeah,
had a few things to say
Kelly,
and a couple questions to ask.
I'm so sorry. Tonight we are just looking for Trump supporters. I appreciate you for coming up, and thank you for being on the right side of history. You know what?
Hey, can I
Ask me one question real quick. I'm in a good mood. Ask me a question, but then I am going to move on.
I have a family member. She's not as crazy as I've seen y'all deal with tonight, and oh, sweet baby Jesus, y'all have patience I don't have. But she is a kind of passive Trump supporter. She still thinks he's better than Kamala, even with all the proof and evidence. I've tried to spoon feed her, my mother, bless her. I don't want to cut her off, but at this point, I need to know, is there anything I can do to just get her to at least acknowledge, like the gentleman before me
Okay.
did?
Here's the answer to that question. The only way I would know what could be done or if something could be done is if I knew her personally, and I don't. That is a judgment for you to make. What I'd say here is that there is a chance that there's nothing you can do. That same thing is true for many members of my own family, so I get where you're coming from. And ultimately, what we need to do to fix that problem of people like your mother living in America that have made their mind and are unwilling to change it is to get the people out of politics like Trump that set their mind in the first place. We need to have reasonable people, reasonable politics, reasonable politicians, and reasonable policy running this country. So your mother isn't even given the chance to have her brain warped around the worst president in American history, convincing her that maybe rape's okay, maybe starving children don't matter, or maybe we need to destroy our transatlantic partnerships. But you have a good rest of your night, Kelly. I appreciate you so much for joining. And take care. And I hope that there is something that can be done there. I really do. I really do. You know, my mom is a Trump supporter, and I've always thought that she was that kind of person who is never going to change her mind and is always going to be in conflict with me because of our differing politics. But she's really changed, started to change her mind. Today I actually got a call from her while I was in the gym. She was telling me that there was a group of anti-ICE protesters who weren't getting that much support, and she told me that I should go down and protest with them, or give them some honks and a thumbs up, which is the most progressive thing that has ever left my mother's mouth. A huge step in the right direction. Welcome in, Kenneth. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
I don't know, bro.
I will believe that you are 18 for as long as you are actually old, which is maybe 3.5 seconds. It's fresh out the womb.
Literal zygote.
Literal zygote. How is a unicellular organism able to join a TikTok live? That is crazy. We need to look into this at once.
Investigate that immediately.
How did a zygote get a phone? Welcome in, D-Sport Trump Ryan.
Yeah, I do.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 23.
All right, what year were you born in?
2002.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'll give you the floor to tell us why you support Trump here in a moment. I just want to thank a couple people. First and foremost, Bria. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that, Bria. Bria with the 20 says, waiting for my connecting flight here in Chicago. So glad I could tune into your live, Dean. Makes the wait more interesting, so thank you for that. You and Parker must never stop doing what you do because what y'all do makes a difference. Oh, thank you, Bria, and I hope that flight goes all right. Same thing to Disgusted Veteran. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Veteran W's. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here. Veteran with a 50 says, Dean Withers, what the fuck? You were literally fighting the dumbest of the dumb, enduring damage to your physical health to protect your generation. Boomer respect. Man, I love you, Veteran. You know that. Thank you so much for another $50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And dude, Flickhead with another 100 euros on Super Chat. Let's go, Flickhead. Flickhead with 100 euros says that whataboutism when it comes to the files is so tiring, especially when it comes to pointing fingers at opposing parties. Left wing, right wing, same bird, must be draining to hear those mindless takes. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I don't care if you're on the left. I don't care if you're on the right. If you're a child rapist, you deserve to be thrown under the jail. So I hate when I hear Trump supporters go, oh, sure, maybe Trump is in the files, but so are these Democratic politicians. Who fucking cares? Throw them all under the jail. I don't give a shit. Please, weed them out of the Democratic Party. Oh my God, if we could weed them out of the Democratic Party, we would experience a level of reformation that the progressive movement hasn't been able to push in like the last 30 years. So please call them out. Hell yes. Sorry, I have a stutter. Sometimes it acts up more than others. Sorry. L, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love. L with the $30 says that father brought me to tears. My father's MAGA. My husband and I are vets. My father loves Trump more than me. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, L. Thank you. Thank you for the $30 and thank you for being here. Tess, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo as well. He says, hope TikTok updated their server. Is going to crash tonight during the State of the Union live stream with you and Parker. Thank you for your hard work. Much love. Much love to you as well, Tess. Oh, I'm very excited for that. I bet we'll have a lot of people in here. It'll be fun. Same thing to Diane. Thank you so much for the $20. She says, I'm 54 and you give me hope for my 2 grandsons and one on the way. Well, thank you so much for the $20, Dan, and I'm happy that we could give you some hope. Then same thing to Kinsey. Thank you for the $25. She says, you need to ask the how many continents question. No, I'm scared to, bro. No one will be able to answer it. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Daybean, thank you for the 10. Margaret, thank you for the 25. He says, thank you for Margaret. It's good to see you today. Thank you so much. And with that, we are all caught up. Let's go and hop into that next debate. If you're watching and you want to support me in the work that we do here so we can continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my TikTok account in the bio, pinned message on YouTube, or the handles at the top of the phone screen. Take it away, Ryan. Tell me and Parker, how the hell you still support Trump after today we saw what I could only describe as the largest presidential scandal in American history, with Trump illegally hiding files accusing him of child rape.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but I feel like Trump is the strongest option right now.
Right, because you don't know anything about the things that make him weak. Makes sense.
Well, I'm not a debater. I don't study this daily, so I don't know what he's doing today. I don't know but like, I know the basics. I know what he's doing, like, for America. Like, well, I know his values. So he puts America first. You know, I like what he's doing with ICE. I think he puts his foot down when other countries come to, you know, try to step on America, use America. I feel like he's unapologetically, him.
Okay, so you said that I like Trump because he puts America first, but then you named a billion and one ways he puts America last. Just saying. Like ICE? No, ICE is not putting America first. Okay, they're putting racism first. Okay? They've been given the green light to racially profile people for detention.
Keeping borders
They're
is
not
not
putting America first.
racist.
They're putting lawlessness first. Okay? The Trump administration has given them the green light to break and ignore people's Fifth and Fourth Amendment rights and have been arresting them without judicial warrants. They're not putting America first, okay? They're putting violence first. We've seen multiple murdered, dead, executed American citizens that have then been labeled domestic terrorists by Trump. And their murderers, the ICE agents, were then defended, not arrested, but rather allowed to continue to work the job once more. They're not putting America first. They're putting prosecution of hardworking mothers and fathers and families first. Over 70% of their deportations have been of individuals with no criminal record, and they have illegally deported many with no due process to Sica in El Salvador, where they have then literally been beaten and literally been tortured.
Well, when you have an invasion where you have the past president who just lets so many people in, all those millions of people in, with just like basically open
Ryan,
borders.
how many undocumented immigrants do you think came into the country?
I'm not sure. I think it's like a million, maybe.
Just a million?
Maybe more. I'm not sure. I don't know the number exactly.
It's not that many people.
You know what it is?
It's
Hundreds
less
of
than
thousands?
4 million, but
Less than 4 million. That's still
not
a
that
lot
many
of people.
people.
That's a lot of people to come in, and when you have so many people come
What
in,
is our population size?
our population is like probably like 400 million. Is it?
350 million or so. And that what is the percentage of that? It's like around 1%, right? Over
So
4
1%
years.
of people are not allowed to be here. I don't. That's a problem to me. I don't think, and undocumented, like those could be, it could be anyone. It could be murderers. It could be child rapists. It could be traffickers. You know,
Okay,
when you have
wait.
that,
So wait,
you have-
you're worried that child rapists are going to be coming to the country, but not the fact that they're in the Oval Office or being defended by the President of the United States and who's not releasing all of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so?
I haven't seen any proof of Trump being a child rapist. I haven't
He
seen
was
any.
credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. And an NPR investigation determined that they were trying to scrub the interviews associated with this.
Or is that the lady from South Dakota? Are you talking about?
Do you know the report that NPR just produced?
No.
You hear about this, or have you heard about
No.
Roger Solenberger?
I have not. No.
Okay, so just look up NPR investigation shows DOJ scrubbing interviews about allegations of towards Trump.
I'll just read it off to you. I got you. So this is directly from the NPR's article. And I quote, "The Justice Department has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump sexually abused a minor. An NPR investigation finds. These include what appear to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor. Then the
Okay,
Democrats
so he was
in the
accused
Oversight
20 years
Committee of the
ago?
House of Representatives corroborated what they said. You know, the elected representatives with access to the unredacted Epstein files. They said, yes, Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with the survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes."
So he was accused 20 years ago from some lady that has
Yeah,
been.
that's in the Epstein files, and they illegally wiped it clean.
I'm not sure. I can't deny that or confirm
We have
it.
cooperation
but
from
doesn't-
NPR. We have cooperation from Congress. We have cooperation from MS Now. NPR did their own independent investigation. MS Now did their own independent investigation. Then Congress corroborated both of them. And you're denying it?
I'm not denying it. If that's true, like I'm still not sure if he's still is it assaulted. I don't know if he assaulted someone 20.
Yeah, I'm just done with you. I'm sorry. For everybody tuning into the live stream, I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen over on TikTok, liking that live over on YouTube. I don't know why I was done with him. I don't know why I kicked him. Like I said, I'm really tired today, maybe a little bit short-tempered, and that's finally starting to come out. Like I just found that guy a little cringe and not too productive. Over on Venmo, Patsy, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much for the love, Patsy. Patsy with the $30 says, "Love you for everything that you do today. Keep voicing, educating, and changing minds." I appreciate you so much. You know that I love you. You are literally in here every single day. Please do show some love to Patsy down below. Same thing with Victoria. Thank you for the $25. She says, "Prior Trump supporter from Mar-a-Lago. Serious intel I want to share." Victoria, I'm going to share private email with you. Go ahead and shoot an email over there. There you go. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Victoria down below. Same thing to thank you for the $10. Who say, "My parents don't have a criminal record. The president does." Who's the real threat to America? Yeah, probably the president, calling for the termination of the Constitution and defending the broad daylight murder and execution of American citizens. Right? Then Isabella, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo as well. Then Bootlickers Suck, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And Sale, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat. I'm really happy to hear that you're enjoying the stream, Sale. Same thing to Alex. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $20 $25. He says, I appreciate everything that you and Parker do every day. I'll be 26 this year, but I've never voted before, but I absolutely plan to this year. Keep doing all the good work. You guys are doing amazing. I'm really happy that you plan to vote, Alyssa. It is very important. It is so very important. And then just one more here, Miss Avril. Thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. It says energy boost to get you through the rest of the night. I had to take a big chug of this. Thank you so much for the $40, Avril. Show some love to Avril down below. Perfect. Okay, Mr. Parker, we are 13 minutes out from Trump's State of the Union. What are your expectations? What do you think that we will hear tonight from the man, the myth, the failure, Mr. Trump himself?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear division. We're not going to hear unity. We're going to hear the Democrats are out to undermine the country. They're the enemy of the people. I'm going to hear literally him lying about the economy, saying that we're in an economic renaissance and that he brought this country back and that prices are down and everything. And he's just going to be completely lying about that. He's going to probably make some jabs towards people like Massey, right? And the people trying to release the Epstein files, such as Ro Khanna. So I definitely see him to be mainly probably setting and talking about those things and trying to act especially also lying about how many wars he's ended.
Yeah,
that's definitely going to be something he's going to do.
So thank you for your input. We're going to go ahead and get the stream switched around here. I'm going to remove you from the live so I can switch the layout. Then if you want to hop back in that queue and give me a call in Discord, I'd really appreciate it.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Thanks, Parker. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get that switched around right now. Here we go. Split view, is it? Look at that, y'all. I spent so long working on this today so we would have a good stream that is visually appeasing, looks good, and makes sense. I just have to change this one thing, make this a little bit more visible. This content is being streamed in accordance with fair use laws. Love to see it. And now we're going to get Parker right back up here. Hop inside of that queue over on TikTok, my friend. And we also got him over on Discord. Perfect. And welcome in, Parker. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Perfect. Do you want to request up on TikTok or you just want to be on here?
Yeah, I sent a request. I can
Perfect.
be on here for audio, and then they can just join on there to help push out the stream.
Perfect. I'm also going to get this loaded up over here on YouTube. YouTube's looking great. Looking good. Give me 1 second here, everybody. We're just getting everything set up. I just need to open Discord. Perfect. All right, is it going on YouTube? Yes, we should be all good to go over on YouTube. Welcome in, everybody. We are preparing to react to Donald Trump's State of the Union address live from Washington, D.C. This is likely one of the largest and most consequential speeches that we'll hear of the year. Of course, every single year, as an American custom, we hear the president speak to Congress and speak to us from the Capitol. Donald Trump should be heading on stage here in the next 10 minutes to begin his diatribe. I feel like that's a very fair way to describe what we're about to watch. His diatribe, 110%. It looks like Mike Johnson is saying something now.
Dean, do you think that you could share screen so that I could have access to it, or should I just watch it myself? I could just watch it myself.
Yeah.
Of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
He's watching it on
from Minnesota,
C-SPAN?
Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman
yeah.
from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. Gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houch.
It looks like they're just going over the names of the congressmen and women, so that's nothing too important. You guys will be able to see Parker again. There you go. Awesome, guys. So like I said, we're less than 9 minutes out. I'd actually really appreciate it if everybody watching can kind of give your thoughts and your predictions on what you think we could expect to hear from Trump tonight. I'm expecting, nonsense. I'm expecting a campaign rally. Maybe that's a good way to describe it. I am truly expecting a campaign rally. Is there an infinite Dean, or does it look good? Oh, it looks good over on YouTube as well. We're all doing good.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's just going to treat it like a normal Trump rally. He'll probably try to push people towards the elections, or maybe even he'll cast doubt on the elections, and maybe he'll try to prop up this idea that he wants the nationalization of the election again. I feel like this might be like the place to do that.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of what he does. I mean, during his first term, he continued to do his campaign rallies at random cities across America, even after he'd won in this like first year. And I never got that. I think that this kind of like proves that Trump is a man who doesn't want to help. He's a man that wants adoration. He's a man that wants glory. He's a man that wants respect. He's a man that wants attention. And that's exactly what I think he's going to be using tonight for, is that attention, that adoration, just treat it like a campaign rally, spread lies, say Biden sucks, say the Democrats suck, and say that he's the best thing ever. So I'm going to go and send a notification out on my Instagram chat. I am live streaming the State of the Union address from Trump, and me and Parker and I are fact checking it in real time. Here, if you want to go ahead and take over. In the meantime, Parker, go ahead.
I got you. Let me know in the comment section right now what everyone thinks is going to be talked about the most. I do think that right now, the Trump administration, at least Trump himself, has been trying to prop up people like Marco Rubio. So Vance is kind of taking a backseat, honestly, on the couch, I would say. And it will be interesting to see how he involves himself with at least what's going on right now. He looks very awkward on stage right now. What is everyone's thoughts? I feel like if we have to go against J.D. Vance, he's just going to get absolutely destroyed. He has very little charisma. It's very, very sad.
No fucking charisma. He tried to tell a joke at some, like, I don't know, EU meeting or whatever with our allies last week, and he just completely biffed it. It was so embarrassing, man. It was so embarrassing. He has no fucking charisma. Yeah, they're likely going to end up running Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance is going to be so pissed, but, that's who's going to be, knighted by Mr. Trump.
Yeah, I would say they're likely going to go with Marco Rubio as well. I've even heard Trump supporters on the live stream talk about that. I had one person today come up here and say that, like, they really don't like J.D. Vance, but they will be willing to say, like, oh, they like Rubio.
Right. We have 6 minutes to go, everyone. Jamie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, thank you for being live and breaking down this union address. I often have a hard time understanding speeches, but you speak so eloquently in a way that I get. Oh, dude, that's awesome, Jamie. Yeah, I'm happy that we're gonna be here, and we're gonna have some fun tonight. Nick with the $20 says it's just gonna be rambling in division. Just watch, Nick. I feel like you're gonna be right. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much. And Susanna, thank you so much for the 50. Who says it's me and my son Jonah sending our regular donation. Jonah and Susanna, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the love. And same thing to you, Kinsey. Thank you for the $25. And that looks like it's that. And it depends on what your policies are, Kinsey. We are moments away, guys. 5 minutes remain on the clock before we hop in to Donald Trump's State of the Union address live from Washington, D.C., the Capitol building. Now's actually a good time to share an interesting fact with you all about the State of the Union addresses. So everyone's there, right? You have the SCOTUS, you have the Congress, you have the president, you have the president's cabinet, you have everyone. Doesn't that sound like a little bit of a security risk? To have nearly every damn member of our federal government in the same building at the same time? Well, it is. And we figured that one out years and years and years ago. So we have this thing called a designated survivor, where one member of the president's cabinet will actually stay behind and camp out in a random federal building in an undisclosed location in case the worst were to come to life and the Capitol building were to go ablaze or, whatever, so on and so forth. And there's also a really good show about it called Designated Survivor. That's, just kind of drafted as like a comedic relief type of good show about government that's kind of funny and actionable. It's great. But it's also something I didn't know. So now you all know as well. Welcome in, everybody. We are 4 minutes away Looks like JD Vance is saying something. Let's listen to him for a couple minutes. Oh, he's not saying anything. He's just standing there awkwardly. Okay, never mind. By the way, just to make sure that everyone watching kind of understands a handful of things that we're going to have to do tonight. The live stream that you see on top of me is copyrighted by AP, so I don't technically have usage rights over it. However, there are good usage, fair usage laws that exist for people like me. And the stream is going to get taken down unless I quote unquote sufficiently transform the live stream above into something new. So I reached out to TikTok and I asked them, what do I have to do to ensure that my live stream doesn't get taken down? And here's what they told me. They said, constant commentary. You must provide active, continuous analysis, fact-checking, or reaction. Long periods of silence where only the broadcast audio is heard can cause the system to categorize the stream as a simple rebroadcast. So because of that, everyone, every single time or every so often, we're going to have to maybe pause the live stream. And I actually created a really good idea out of that, which is probably why so many of you are in here right now, regardless if you're in from the For You page or from the Instagram updates channel. The really good idea that I had is to actively fact check Trump. So this is not going to be the typical State of the Union live stream. If you just want to watch the State of the Union, go elsewhere. What we're doing in this live stream, by the way, it's still going to be watchable, is we're going to be fact checking what he says. We're going to be very short. We're going to be very concise, but that's what we're going to be doing. If he says something that's wrong, to stay in accordance with the terms of service of the platform, on TikTok, we're going to momentarily pause it. We're going to say that's wrong because X, Y, and Z, and that's about it. Looks like everybody is clapping in the Congress building now. That indicates that Trump is walking in. So let's go ahead and tune in and take a listen.
Are you watching the C-SPAN or the AP, or it's on AP?
AP, yeah. So, okay, that's actually Melania and Barron. I feel like we never see Barron. Never. There he is tonight.
Yeah, on C-SPAN it's showing a lot closer.
Yeah, next to the two Trumps. The two Trump sons. Hannah, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying the Dow is up. And here we go.
The president's cabinet.
So now they're going to do an introduction of the president's cabinet. And then after they introduce the president's cabinet, they'll introduce the president himself. And then the State of the Union will commence. So here out comes the cabinet. We see DUI hire Pete Hegseth. By the way, there's a video of him apparently benching 315 pounds on Twitter. I responded to it, said that the weights were fake, and I've just had constant annoying ass MAGA idiots flooding my DMs with death threats. Death threats,
Seriously,
people.
dude?
Death threats. Because I said the weight was fake.
Dude, literally troll. You can't even make a joke these days. Comedy's illegal.
Yeah, apparently. Comedy's illegal.
Are you watching the AP on YouTube or is it on like a different site? Because I was like, mine does not even look the same as yours.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm on
Yeah,
YouTube.
I am too. On AP?
Yeah.
Alrighty then, that's what I'm on too. We're good, we're good.
Okay. Introducing the cabinet. So, the State of the Union was supposed to start 60 seconds ago. Oh, YouTube can't see Parker. My bad. Was supposed to start 60 seconds ago. And it looks like, as per usual, Trump is late. I'd actually like to share my supposition on that matter. I think he stole it from Putin. Putin shows up late to all of his meetings, to all of his conferences, to all of his sit-downs. And I think Trump saw that, noticed that it's a powerful move. And ever since then has been like 45 minutes late to everything. I doubt that it'll be 45 minutes late to the State of the Union. I highly, highly doubt that.
Are you seeing a picture of, or I mean, a photo of, or video of Melania and Barron right now?
No, no.
No? Am I behind or something? I clicked live.
I mean, we're probably seeing the same State of the Union. How about this? Do you just want me to... oh, I can't send you the link. Because I'm screen sharing everything. Don't want to show any DMs. Not that there's anything bad in there, you know. But,
Yeah, no, just you don't have to. Is it live Trump delivers State of Union address full speech on AP News on the YouTube?
Yes, full speech, yes. So that is the same
I'm-
stream.
I wonder how it's different, though.
I don't know. I don't know.
Have you clicked live on yours?
Have I clicked live? Yeah. I did. Oh, actually, no. Skip ahead to the live broadcast.
That's what I thought. I was like, dude, am I
Okay,
am
are you
I
saying
off or something?
Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing now?
Yes.
Okay.
It should be.
You don't worry, you weren't crazy.
Is it now showing JD Vance? From in like really small?
And now it's back to the crowd.
Yeah, now it's on to the crowd.
Yeah, we're good now. My fault. That'd be my bad. That'd be my bad.
Yeah, we're good. I was like, dude, am I on the wrong one? I can't find it.
Yeah, good call out. Good call out. Really good call out. We have like over 30,000 people in here. That would have been such a disservice to the 30,000 people watching to have it lagged. Trey, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Who says, "Do you like Sonic Adventure 2? Never played, but big fan of Sonic. Thank you for the $25." Okay, there we go. JD Vance, Mike Johnson. What do y'all think they're talking about? What's that?
They don't. We can't even hear them. They're just like literally talking.
Yeah, the mic's not on yet. What do y'all think they're talking about? I bet JD Vance is like,
Did you make sure that you got Trump's name off the Epstein files?
And then Mr. Mike is like,
Mike does not look interested in what he's saying.
and
That's all I
then
gotta
Mike
say.
is like, "Yes, Daddy." And then JD Vance is like,
Good boy. Good boy.
and I am not making that dramatic in the slightest. No, that is an accurate representation of their relationship.
100% accurate. Nothing changed at all.
I need to be more professional. If I ever want a political career, I need to be more professional. I need.
Yeah, that's not
I
possible.
need.
Dean. I don't
need
think
to be
you could
more
become
professional.
Is that even possible, Dean?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it? Okay. Yeah. No. This is. I forget. Professional. Political commentator Dean Withers here. Welcome into the stream, folks. Tonight we're reacting to the State of the Union.
Family friendly.
Tonight we're reacting to the State of the Union. Professional political commentator Dean Withers here. Oh,
Professional
man.
debater. It might say Matt. No, I'm not even gonna make that joke.
Oh, dude. Unreal. Unreal. All right, guys. Someone in the chat says clip, definitely. I had to accurately represent the nature of their subdom relationship, guys. Okay. Back to politics. Here we go. Trump is walking in the building.
Dude, how late is he? 5 minutes late? Jesus Christ, dude.
All right. Did they just play like a fireworks sound effect? That's cringe, man. Oh, wait, no, that was a gift. Thank you so much for the love, Ali Spice. I thought that was playing from the State of the Union. Not you, Ali Spice. It's not cringe when you do it. It's only cringe when they do it. Appreciate you so much for that love.
Dude, I think it's like actually like bad to show up late. It looks super unprofessional.
Very unprofessional. Once again, for everybody who's joined so far in the stream, folks, to the 21,000 people over on TikTok and the close to 10,000 people on YouTube, make sure that you are dropping a like on that stream, sharing it out with a handful of friends. We are moments away from Donald Trump walking in and beginning his State of the Union address live from Washington, D.C., the Capitol building. Now, me and Parker have spent some time going over what our expectations are, but it doesn't even look like I will have enough time to talk about them because we're hopping into it.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
Oh my God.
Ooh.
They're all clapping for him, too. I hate that. Yes, clap for the traitor. Clap for him. Ah, man. How do we fix the GOP? I don't know.
Tomatoes in chat for them. Tomatoes in chat for them.
All right, Trump is walking in.
7 minutes late. Oh, that's so cringe. That was planned. Fakes. Look at this. Why is he taking so long? We're gonna be. He said it. They said it could go up to 3 hours, Dean.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Kat, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says gonna take a shot every time he says actually and frankly. Kat, don't do it. You'll wind up dead.
Yeah, you should do that every single time I say specifically.
Parker, should we get some bevs for this?
I'm down. I'm honestly down.
How fun would that be? How fun that should we get some bevs? Sound like a good idea?
Some bevs?
I don't know, Chad. What do y'all think?
Idea.
What do y'all think? Should me and Parker get some bevs? Okay. All right, Parker, you go first, so I can continue the commentary, so the stream doesn't get a flag.
Alrighty. I'll be right
And then
back.
I'll go second. We'll both grab a bev. We probably have more than enough time. This idiot is going to take like a million years to get to that seat. Patricia, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo saying support. I appreciate you, Patricia. And I hope that you enjoy me and Parker's correction of the State of the Union. Thank you so much, Patricia. Okay, let's look at what Trump is wearing here. Red tie. I don't know. Could have been tied a little nicer. It's also like leaning off to the side of his shirt. He kind of looks a disarray. It really does look a little disarray. He's working his way in, folks. Shaking all the hands. Oh my God. I feel like we're in North Korea. The like 30-minute standing ovation or die. Ellison, appreciate you for the $12 for the bevs on Venmo. Gaming with a 5 says, Yo, Dean, you should have prepared a State of the Union bingo card. Oh, that's a great idea. We should have. All right. We're nearly there, everybody. Just to remind everyone once again, this is not just a State of the Union stream, but it is a fact check of the State of the Union stream. When Trump says something me and Parker believe to be false, we'll momentarily pause it and correct him. Not to mention, in order to stay in alignment with the TikTok terms of service, I will have to add my commentary on top, or else it'll flag the stream for copyright and it will get taken down. So that's why I keep talking. It's because I literally have to. I hope that doesn't annoy anyone.
We're back.
You get a bev?
We got the bevs.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my bev. Okay, remember commentary. Don't be silent for like too long. You know.
Yes, I won't be silent for too long. Everybody, tomatoes in the chat right fucking now for this absolutely fucking atrocious administration. Fuck this shit. Fuck this guy. Tomatoes in the chat right now. For this dog shit administration. Absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Tomatoes in chat right now. I want to see everyone on YouTube hit that fucking thumbs up. Everyone on TikTok, tap that screen. This shit better be at fucking 5 million likes, everybody. We're going crazy, okay? Okay? Biggest stream you've ever seen, I promise you, okay? Biggest stream. Biggest stream. Tomatoes in the chat. I better see 1 million tomatoes in the chat
Members
right
of
now.
Congress have the high privilege and distinct
Dude,
honor
how
of
late
presenting
is
to
he,
you
bro?
the President of the United States.
He's finally. Alrighty. Let's see what they lie about this entire time. Dean is missing this dog shit administration. Starting, 11 minutes late. Tomatoes in the chat. Not them chanting USA. That's so cringe.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really
Dude, what?
an honor
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance,
Oh, why is he
First
so tired
Lady
and
of
sleepy?
the United States.
Do y'all think he's going to make it 3 hours? Let us know right now in that chat.
I don't think he will. Gene, I think I'm covered by the way.
Oh, yes, you are. My bad.
You're good.
Second Lady of the United States.
Got the Bev.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Okay, first lie. Our nation is not back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Right now, our economy is in ruins. Last year, 2025, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007. Worst job report since 2003. We ignore recessions. Not to mention, the January job report of this year was below expectations and the worst January jobs report on record since 2009. Let's continue.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
Literally all the lies like I just said prior. He said he was going to call it a golden age. But what seriously has gotten better? Practically every other metric in the economy has become worse since Trump got in office. So I don't understand what metric he's referencing.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after
Okay, holy shit, we got like 7 or 8 here. So first and foremost, he said that the economy was stagnant. Actually, GDP growth was better in 2024 under Biden than 2025 under Trump. Investment in American manufacturing was significantly better in 24 under Biden than under Trump in 25. Inflation, he said, was at a record high. That's clearly not true, okay? We saw a record high level of inflation in late 2021 following the pandemic, not in 2024, when it was relatively the same, nearly identical to what it is now under Trump. He also said that we saw more wars under Biden. We see more wars now. He said that crime was out of control. In fact, 2024 violent crime was down 15% compared to 2023. 7 lies. Let's continue.
after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
We've already addressed that one. Same thing, nothing's turned around.
And we will never go
literally
back
said
to
we're
where
not
we
going
were
back.
just a very short
After
time
they
ago.
made
We're
fun
not
of Kamala
going
Harris
back.
for saying that.
Today, our border is secure.
Dude, they're acting like fucking, like idiotic, like frat bros. Calm down. Stop screaming.
Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast.
Eighth lie. Actually, the growth rate of real median wages in America is significantly smaller in 2025 under Trump than it was under Biden in 2024. My source would be the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis.
The roaring economy is roaring like never before.
GDP growth is down 1% compared to 2024. He's wrong.
And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected
So blatant
again,
economic lies,
perhaps
exactly like what I said he
never
would do.
before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
Fun fact, the Trump administration actually hasn't done much for like material border security down south. The reason why we have so much less undocumented entry today is because he's scaring it away the same way he's scaring legal immigration and tourism away by violating the human and constitutional rights of non-citizens here. We see people getting illegally deported, murdered, detained, in violation of their Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights, so on and so forth.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
Okay, that's just clearly a lie. It's down pretty significantly, like 93%, okay, but not like 100%. There are still some undocumented immigrants coming into the country.
But we will always allow people to come in legally,
Watch out
people
for the-
that will love
the
our
word.
country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
The rate of the F drug coming into America actually started a very sharp and steady decline under the Biden-Harris administration, and we only see a continuation of that trend going into Donald Trump's second administration, which is actually contrary to what we just heard from Trump. And it's closer to 20%, not 51%.
And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history. The
That was
lowest
not the
number
worst inflation
in
in the
over
history of our country.
100.
Okay, so actually murder did go down a lot last year, but it also went down a lot the year prior. It's a continuation of a trend.
And 25 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country.
That's just simply not true.
Administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
1.7? No. Q4 inflation in 2025 reported on by the BLS was 2.7, not 1.7. That was a bold lie. Very, very bold lie.
A peak of over $6 a gallon in some states.
Blatant too. Like,
Under
how
my
do you get that wrong?
predecessor,
Otherwise, he's just
it was quite
incoherent.
honestly a disaster. Is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
Also, Parker, you should watch from the screen share since I'm a little bit behind since I keep on pausing it, so I just did screen share.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year.
I don't think that claim is true. So interest rates are down. I don't know if they're lower than they ever were under Biden.
And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both.
You can't do both.
Interest rates are literally higher because of the fact that his tariff policy causes inflation. And yeah, like you said, you literally can't do both.
Yeah, he's saying that he wants to fix the housing crisis while keeping house values high. The housing crisis is the fact that they cost so much.
Think of that. 1 year, boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration
that was under 50K.
Got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than...
I'm sorry. Absolutely not true. If you go on Google and you type in FRED, real fixed private investment in American manufacturing, you'll be shown a graph that depicts the Biden-Harris administration to be the best administration in recorded American history at bringing new investment into American manufacturing. That was a bold-faced lie.
$18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Last week it was like $3 trillion. He just picks a number and goes with it. And then they all stand up and clap like fucking drooly toddlers watching Cocomelon on their fucking sticky iPad.
Think of it. Much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion.
Those numbers are made up.
1 year. What a difference.
Literally made up numbers. Real business investment has declined since Trump got in office, along with real manufacturing investment. So seriously, like, what is this guy saying? This guy's just making up his own numbers and then thinking everyone's going to go along with it. And by the way, all the Republicans are clapping as if they haven't looked at the data.
A time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. The hottest.
The hottest. He just says it, and then apparently that's what makes it true.
As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching.
Last year, we only added 170,000 jobs to the market, to the economy. The worst jobs report since 2003 we ignore recessions. So I find it highly unlikely that we saw a surge in construction jobs, given the massive decline in all jobs.
American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
He's admitting to violating one of the 10 Commandments and stealing oil.
Bad Christian.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Not true. We just see a continuation of the trend set forth under the Biden-Harris administration.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country.
Misleading statistic. I'm sure that he's telling the truth, but that is only the truth because our population has grown, not because unemployment is low. It's the highest since the pandemic.
More working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America.
He just says it, therefore it's true. So him ending DEI was him repealing a Biden-Harris era executive order that just told federal contractors that they can't like refuse to hire somebody because of their race, and like race actually cannot be a reason why they like refuse a job application, so on and so forth. It promoted a merit-based economy to weed out racial discrimination in hiring practices, and it was just one executive order.
By the way, he wants merit, right, in the context of this situation, but then was he the most meritable candidate? He clearly wasn't.
Right.
Like, bro, what?
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps.
He's actually telling the truth. Yes, 2.4 million Americans have been lifted off of food stamps in 2025. But if you're asking yourself, how could this be the case when GDP growth went down and unemployment went up? It's because he kicked them off with the big, beautiful bill. He's kicking people off of social programs, okay, by reducing their funding. The big, beautiful bill reduced the funding for food stamps by $156 billion, and then saying that is him lifting them off of the food stamps to make it seem like he's promoting a good economy, when in all reality, he's just punishing poor people by taking their social safety nets and benefits away.
And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
All right. Tina, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the live stream devs. Shout out to you. How many lives are we at so far, folks?
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know
He literally looks like he's shitting his pants. I digress.
what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country.
He literally
no
looks
one
unwell.
said this.
He literally looks
Dude,
unhinged.
he literally looks like he's going insane right now.
Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point,
This is so great.
to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Dude, the team that literally just like, literally drank it up with Cash Patel.
Yeah. By the way, the women's hockey team that also won a gold medal refused to show up.
W women, W women.
USA, USA. They chant to the 34 count felon. They chant to the guy that caused domestic terrorists to raid our Capitol, the building they're standing in right now. Smeared their shit on the walls inside, attacked and almost killed 174 cops.
Dude, this does feel like it's parody. This feels like it's the SNL version of the State of the Union.
Right. Okay. What are we doing?
They're just clapping now.
Okay, we're just clapping again. Oh, while they're clapping, I appreciate everyone so much for the love on Venmo and PayPal.
Bro, are they gonna sit down? No one claps for this long, bro.
I know, right? From Tina with a 20,
Dude.
to Victoria, to Lucy with a 20, to Sarah with a 30, Amanda with a 15, Asya with a 15, Ray with a 15, Jason with a 20, and Kat with a 10. I appreciate y'all all so much for the love. Same thing with Kenneth with a 25, Sonny with a 5, Dylan with a 10, and Madeline with a 15, and Alex with a 10, and Jackie with a $20 over on PayPal. Thank you.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
No, don't tell me they folded, bro. Come on. Come on, dude. Don't tell me they folded.
Yeah, that would be embarrassing.
They probably did. Haley, thank you for the 15 who says this is literally the frat bros
like-
all
I feel
grown
like
up
they
still
did.
try to peek. That ass. What's up, Parker?
I was saying I feel like they didn't.
Yeah.
I
He's
feel like
probably
that was a
lying.
lie.
Like, we're already at, like, what, like 30, 40 lies? That's probably his, like, 41st.
Like, there's no way that's not another one.
Right.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Hi, Bryce. Just glazing Team USA. Like, get on with it, man. I want to hear about Biden and how much he sucks and how great you are, right? And all that good stuff. That great factual information that totally isn't putrid bullshit. Dude, this is honestly just like a cringe
46
fest.
shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky?
What
He
is
refused
this?
to
Dude,
answer
this is
that
so
question.
cringe.
Dude, it's
What is he
just
saying?
But I just want to
Unreal.
tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called
You can count
the
them.
highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
I thought that it was the Presidential Medal of Honor. I didn't know it was freedom.
It's probably the difference from military versus this is like different.
Oh, true. They're just standing there. Imagine how awkward they
Great
feel.
athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving.
He's doing the lean over the podium. Look at him. He's doing the lean.
So I want to thank you. What a special
I guess you can't see
job
it on
you did.
TikTok 'cause,
What special champions you
stream
are.
cuts
Thank you
off.
very much.
Yeah, there you can see it. The lean right there. Yo, let's take a poll in the chat. Has he shit himself yet?
That the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Everyone in the chat saying yes. By the way, I think that the Olympics in LA are going to have a very low turnout because, fun fact, now ICE is requiring all tourists to submit DNA samples to keep them logged in their system. If I was from another country and I wanted to go to the Olympics, I would not go to the Summer Olympics in LA because of that.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country.
Oh no, is he threatening to use the National Guard again?
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place, and now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup.
Bro,
and
he's
the-
literally playing in everyone's face. He's like, everything is mine. The Olympics are mine. FIFA is mine.
We got this. We got
250th birthday is mine. Dude, and y'all are still gonna sit here and tell me that he doesn't want to be a dictator? Come on now.
The Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
Bro,
So
why are
this
they
will be a
standing up?
year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery.
Every so often for TikTok TOS, I just have to say something. I don't really have anything to say right now about what Trump is saying. I just need to say something so the stream doesn't get taken down.
Saying random stuff.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I just had to say something
Everyone's
so the
spamming
stream
that
doesn't
Trump.
get taken
Look
down.
how bored Barron looked. Barron looked so bored.
Oh my god, bro. Baron does look so bored. Holy shit. But this guy, like, I don't know. What did he do? Buddy? I'll have to look into that. I mean, hey, if he did good things, he did good things.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die.
Yeah, man. That was really sad. That was really fucking sad. I remember that happened. That was rough.
Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. A young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Okay, so right now he seems just be recognizing people. I wonder what the you know, the meat on the bone here is for his State of the Union. I mean, he spent like the first 20 minutes talking about how terrible Biden was, how great he is. Now he's like recognizing you know, heroes who did good things. I wonder what he's going to spend the next 2.5 hours doing.
Yeah, dude. Jesus Christ.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something.
Will he recognize the Epstein survivors?
Are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate.
That's a good question. Will he recognize the
I don't
Epstein
think
survivors?
He definitely won't. How far are you into your adult bev, man?
I'm like a good, I don't know, fourth, nearly halfway through. See, the thing is I've not eaten for a while, so pretty empty stomach, pretty
I'm pleased to inform you
low
that I
tolerance, so
am
I'm jumping
now
tonight.
awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you.
You know who he should be recognizing for heroism would be the officers who almost got killed on January 6th when his supporters tried to kill them. We then gave full and complete presidential pardons. He does not care about the sanctity of human life.
And take care of the service, military aid. Thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, Every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further. Where government and
So then why did he cut 16 million children off of food stamps and then refuse to abide by a court order that forced him to pay out those food stamps during the last 12 days of the government shutdown? That is propaganda, sir. You do not care about children.
answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern.
That's another lie. The big beautiful bill reduced the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, according to the CBPP. Meanwhile, it increased the purchasing power for the top 1% by 3%.
That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Or the tax cuts for the rich and wealthy billionaires like myself and all the other wealthy elite that are destroying this country like you've never seen before.
All Democrats, every single one of
here we
them,
go.
voted against these really important and very necessary, massive tax cuts.
For the rich and wealthy.
Yeah, once again, the Democrats voted against one of the largest redistributions of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history. Voted against 10 million people losing healthcare, 3 million people losing food stamps. Voted against the average American losing purchasing power and the average American having to pay $500 more per year because of his cuts to the productive capacities of clean energy. Yes, the Democrats stood with the average American. You stood with the members of the top 1%.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
He reduced tax on Social Security by 60%, and then the 2 deductions for tax on tips and overtime expires next year. Meanwhile, the no tax on tips that Kamala Harris ran on didn't have an expiration date.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
That's true. But the car also has to be made within the last 3 years. So who's buying cars that are new? Disproportionately richer people.
I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children. Beautiful, 2 children. During the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and her expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband.
Kamala Harris ran on child tax credits 3 times the size of Trump's.
Yep.
Will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
$5,000 is actually $1,000 less than the child tax credit that Kamala Harris ran on for over $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. 6,000 childs, my bad.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan.
She looks so
We're
awkward,
fighting
like she
for you,
doesn't want
Megan.
to be-
I know, right?
want him
Under
to be
our
doing
bill,
that.
parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that.
Yes, you did. Stick with the
Nobody
fucking
believes
count.
me, but I did not name it. It was
No,
named
you
by a very
did.
tall man standing right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner, thank you, Brad.
Yeah, the Trump accounts obviously don't hurt. But Kamala Harris ran on, once again, increases in the child tax credit that would have amounted to significantly more funding to parents or to the children of parents than the Trump investment accounts. Significantly more.
And the Trump accounts would have to be a lot larger in order to be able to satisfy things like Social Security, for example. Something like it can actually be used if you were to give that money to every single American citizen, like $7,000 when they're born, and that would actually be $1 million if you put in the S&P 500 by the time that they're 65. So it's nowhere near enough what they have, but if you have a lot more and a policy like that, it could be a unique mechanism to sort of fund Social Security without costing as much.
Yeah.
So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody?
No good reason to believe that.
Yeah, what?
Could be much more.
That's just a fucking complete lie.
So it's $1,000.
Putting 1,000 in is nowhere near enough to get to 100K. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's some
18?
bullshit. That's some bullshit. In 18 years, that's some bullshit.
To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000.
Let's see what it's at right now.
Where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
Oh, fuck. The Dow Jones is below 50,000. Right now it's at 49,000. He is a liar.
We're tariffs.
He's an idiot.
I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of
God.
billions of dollars to
here
make
we
Oh,
great
go.
deals for our country,
But then SCOTUS, funded by foreign countries, shot him down because they hate him.
both economically and
Not
on a
because they're
national
unconstitutional or
security
anything.
basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling...
That's the issue with Trump. He thinks the Supreme Court calling the shots for what they are, okay, ruling that his policy was unconstitutional, is an unfortunate issue that shouldn't have happened. No, you don't get total power. You're not a dictator. You have to abide by the Constitution.
These powerful, country saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested.
I'm sorry, that's just also baseless.
Alternative legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Okay, that statement alone is what proves Donald Trump is economically illiterate. Parker, do you want to explain why?
Yeah, I think it clearly shows that Donald Trump doesn't understand what a correlation causation fallacy is. He doesn't understand that he needs to have like actual policy that he could point to that he did that would have meaningfully impacted this in a positive manner. He just makes up numbers and says a bunch of bullshit and then acts like it's true without actually like questioning it in terms of the economic data.
Oh, also, Parker, you left the TikTok live.
Oh, accident. I'll make sure to try to join back.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people.
Yeah, when Trump doesn't like something, he says it was stolen and rigged, guys. That's a trend we see.
And his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions.
Oh my God.
They were murderers, 11,888 murders.
He's repeating that same old demonizing rhetoric surrounding undocumented immigrants in an attempt to get you to hate them. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil than the average American citizen, 3 times less likely to commit a property crime, 3.5 times less likely to commit a petty crime. When he says that they've all escaped prisons, gangs, mental institutions, murderers. Okay, it's fear-mongering bullshit to get you to support the unconstitutional and evil actions that we've been watching ICE engage in across this country.
As they came into our country, you allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word, they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure.
Fact check, that's wrong. The Biden-Harris administration did not cause the inflation that we saw under their admin. That inflation was global. It was onset by the pandemic. It was seen in every other country on the face of planet Earth.
You caused that problem. You caused
False.
that problem.
It's not true. Yes, the Republicans will clap anyways.
They're going to say it's spending, but then he signed off on more debt-related spending. They have no argument to say that at all. He just whips that right out of his ass. And then every single Republican stands up and is going to be so happy to hear that.
They knew it. They knew
What?
their
You
statements
just
were a
lied.
Dirty, rotten lie. Their policies
Bro, what?
created the
Projection.
high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
No, they're not. Prices are still going up.
CPI
And
says that
inflation
the
is higher
price
than
of
what it would
goods.
have been otherwise.
Yeah,
The price
consumer-
of eggs
Oh.
is down
Dude, yell that.
60%.
From the peak of the price they were at during the chicken flu.
Hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy.
Yeah, bro, I can't believe it when I see the worst job report since 2003. I can't believe it when I see the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2009. 1.3 million layoffs. Highest level of unemployment since the pandemic. You're right. I can't believe it.
When they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the...
That's also false. The price of energy for the average American household is up $500.
The biggest ripoffs of our times.
Proportionally higher,
the
too.
crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since
He says that they're reducing the cost of healthcare. Well, actually, the premium, for 45 million American citizens reliant on Medicaid through the ACA are up by around 300% on average. People are going from paying $300 a month to $3,000 a month. He's wrong, and that's also because of him.
Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
Isn't that the exact same thing, and it would push up prices as well? Like, what is he talking about? There's no designated certain amount of money.
Yeah,
Dude,
so
RFK clapping is so cringe.
clearly we'd be able to get better price healthcare if it was like managed by a central body speaking for millions, because they'd have more bargaining power against the individual companies.
So big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Of course, we're going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
It would have been less expensive under Harris. She wanted to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals.
Other presidents tried to do it.
Way more expensive under Trump's
But they never
admin.
could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs, anywhere.
So I actually don't really disagree with Trump RX, but it's nothing new. Their prices and even coupon codes just simply emulate what good RX has already achieved.
My first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs.
Okay, so there we have it, folks. The sitting president of the United States of America has now repeated and made it clear that not only does he think that he won the 2020 election, which is complete bullshit, but also that it should be his third term, that the 22nd Amendment doesn't matter. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck free and fair elections.
A very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Why isn't Trump clapping? Dude, people look so bored.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes
All it
along
does is
after
ask
me
people.
to say,
You need to do a price cap.
raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that no one's prices will go up, and in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will.
That is a very unique strategy. I'll have to look into that one a little bit more. What are your immediate thoughts, Barker?
Be very substantial for
So,
all these cities
I mean,
and towns.
I don't
You're gonna see
know
some
if
good
that would be
things
necessary. I
happen
guess
over
it's
the
dependent
next
upon the
number of
needs of the
years.
certain
Another
companies.
pillar of
Like,
the
I
American
guess it's like
dream that has
weird to
been
establish it in
under
that
attack
sort of
is homeownership.
way.
Yeah, that's a very interesting strategy. I'll actually have to look into it a little bit more before I give my opinions on that.
Bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
So the executive order was a net benefit, but in consideration to the policy that Kamala Harris ran on, worse, because Kamala Harris wanted to completely limit massive corporations from buying any amount of family homes, not just thousands. Plus, she wanted to give first-time home buyers $25,000 to buy their first home, which would have helped them save money and would have incentivized more builders to build.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine.
Well, the way that people get more homes is by making the homes more affordable, because homes cost too much. But, I mean, it wasn't even 30 minutes ago when he said that homes need to be more expensive. So this is all just virtue signaling. He's saying that, the homes are for the people, the homes are for the people, but we need to make the homes more expensive when the crisis that the people are facing are the facts that the homes cost too much to buy or cost too much to rent.
Also, like, the corporations are completely fine, so why are we giving them massive tax breaks and not giving all those tax breaks to working class people?
Raysel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Is that why they cut it? They
Yeah.
literally cut over
Yeah.
10 million people off their access to Medicaid through the big beautiful bill, and people off their access to food stamps to 420,000 children on average every single month, and 2.5 million people on average every single month off of food stamps.
Is up by at least $30,000. It's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can
not terrible.
profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
His last statement there, that members of Congress can't profit from insider information, then ban congressional stock trading on individual companies. But he won't, because he's one of the people that profits off of the insider trading.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number...
By the way, he's suing the IRS for $40 billion? Is that the number? He himself wants to take more from you than what he is accusing Somali immigrants from taking from you, which is just complete and utter bullshit. There's no evidence to justify that claim.
Number is much
Plus
higher
he's
than
pardoning
that.
fraudsters,
And
so it's like, how is he going to pardon fraudsters and then also claim that at the same time?
Right, and be a fraudster himself, 34-count felon on fraud.
California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Okay.
War
Lock him
on
up.
fraud.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, put him in cuffs, big dog. You know what to do.
Exactly.
You know what to do, J.D. Put him in cuffs.
Bro, what is he going to do? Talk with Nick
He'll
Shirley?
get it done. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're
There's
talking about.
no good
We'll
reason to believe
balance-
that.
He's just parroting the same points that he ran on with Doge. He promised us all that we'd balance our budget by weeding out fraud in the government, getting rid of it all. And then Doge ended up costing the average American taxpayer more than they saved us, okay? It's a sham. It's a virtue signal. It's a talking point to make his administration look attractive. But then when push comes to shove, they don't weed out shit, because the shit that they'd have to weed out is him. And on top of that, he has been more expensive for our nation's debt than any other president in modern American history, with the big beautiful bill actually being the most expensive bill in American history.
That's our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the
What
USA.
the fuck?
And it is the American people.
He's just, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you guys. This is a white supremacist argument. It is that American culture needs to be preserved. Oh, wait, what's American culture? Whiteness. Oh, wait, if you see somebody that's not white, it means that they come from a culture of theft, murder, and violence, okay? But keep in mind, what he's saying here is wrong. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil than the average American citizen. 3 to 3.5 times less likely for any other crime. This is fake news, as he likes to say. The data proves that what he is saying is false.
Who pay the price
The pirates
in
that we're
higher
dealing with are
medical
people
bills,
like
car
Trump.
insurance rates,
Right.
taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
Then release the
Delilah.
Epstein files. If we're not going to play games in relation to crime, then why are you running cover for all the predators, rapists, and molesters in the Epstein files?
Was only 5
Including
years
yourself.
old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
There's not a state
But even
in...
if they need the authorization, and by the way, it's already, they can't get a license, right? Undocumented immigrants, right, aren't classified as undocumented immigrants when they're under legal status.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants cannot get a professional driver's license or a CDL in any American state. And on top of that, in order to get a CDL in any American state, you have to be able to read English. That is a necessary prerequisite in order to get a CDL from California to Maine. You have to be able to read English. Not to mention that a lot of road signs are actually made to be comprehensible by non-English speakers.
What about for all the legal citizens that also like don't speak English and commonly
And
right,
yesterday,
speak other languages or are bilingual? Like I
saw at
don't
the
know
White
why
House,
he's
they
acting like
hosted a
people can't speak
ceremony
other languages and also still
Americans
understand the
who
signs.
lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting.
See, this is just a near satanic, very evil talking point from Trump, because it is absolutely so sad that this young girl lost her life. And it is absolutely something that everybody can agree on, that undocumented immigrants who are guilty of violent crimes should be thrown in jail or deported to land in a jail cell elsewhere. All right, but he's using that rhetoric to justify a deportation that is comprised of 70% of people with no criminal record and only 5% of people with a violent criminal record. Okay, compared to the Biden-Harris administration, who actually disproportionately deported more undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record, because that's who they focused on, compared to Trump, who is also deporting legal immigrants like asylum seekers or unaccompanied minors.
Getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Dude, my head actually hurts. Dude, this is actually hard to continue to listen to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm struggling.
Dude.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border
Who would do that?
right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off.
Yeah.
It's all cut off.
You can speed it up a
They
little
have
bit.
instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand.
Buddy, you spent $5 trillion on the most expensive bill ever. I don't know if that was a Democrat's fault. What the fuck is he saying?
Yeah, he signed off on over $11 trillion of debt-related spending, over $2 trillion per year. And he's like, it's the Democrats. It's actually the Democrats.
One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
To be clear, the reason why many Democrats are not standing up when he says this is because Donald Trump is using this rhetoric to demonize undocumented immigrants, to say that they're murderers, to say that they're killers, to say that they've escaped prisons, mental institutions, to say that they're here to rape your children, kidnap your wife, and eat your family pets and dogs, okay? Then to turn around and justify a system of oppression, tyranny, human rights abuse, and constitutional abuse, ranging from telling ICE to infringe on the 4th and 5th Amendment rights of everybody, to defend the murder of American citizens like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter. That is why the Democrats, at least for the most part, are not standing up. And I'd sit down with him, because it is absolutely a bleak and dystopian day when we hear our president use the coin of American safety as a weapon of hate to justify murder and violate human rights.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh my God.
That is
so
why I'm
cringe.
also asking you to end deadly
Go fuck
sanctuary
yourself, Tom.
cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
So cringe. What a fucking horrible administration.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American
They're not. There's been like
elections,
10
and cheating is
cases in the
rampant
past
in our
fucking
elections.
40 years. Undocumented immigrants would not fucking risk voting because that puts them under threat of deportation. Why would they do that? So stupid, dude.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
They actually do. When you register, you have to show proof of citizenship, and then your vote is measured against your registration.
Except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
No mail-in ballots?
What?
Haven't mail-in ballots proven to be safer than
I use
otherwise?
mail-in ballots. I don't. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, what an asshole.
It'd be an easy one, and
You
by the way,
literally
it's
use
polling at
mail-in ballots.
89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel.
He's in love with Zoran Mamdani.
Snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card.
So you can get paid. That's how. Yes,
Yeah,
to
no
get
fucking
paid.
Shit, dude. That's like.
Yet they don't want an identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
What a shit show, man.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason.
Already exists, dude.
They make up all excuses.
What a
They
liar.
say it's racist.
Well, actually, the reason why a lot of people don't want to pass the SAVE Act is because it would restrict married women from voting, okay? Because your last name as a married woman, in most circumstances, is not the same last name that appears on your birth certificate. And passports can take months to get and cost hundreds of dollars. So how the hell is a married woman with a changed last name supposed to demonstrate 2 different forms of ID?
Common sense in
They actually
government.
don't want women to vote because
In the
they're going to
gallery
vote
tonight
against
are
Trump,
Sage
so.
Blair and her
Right.
mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about?
Yeah, it's the trans scare of 2026, like the Red Scare of McCarthyism. No state is ripping children from their parents and cutting their genitalia off. Okay, or even forcing them to social transition. That's just that's bullshit. Okay, we all know it. You know it. I know it. It's another talking point that is completely baseless and rooted within bigotry and hate.
Amazing, incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
No one can.
Who would have believed that?
America's
Over the past
youth.
year, she has had...
Yes, tell us about America's youth, Mr. Adjudicated Rapist that has boasted about sexually exploiting minors and today illegally hid and redacted an Epstein file that accuses you of child rape.
Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I mean, God, when I see the rapist felon that is taking from the poor, giving to the rich, that has cheated on all three of his wives, one with a porn star, serving as our commander-in-chief, I say, let's go, Jesus.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. Okay. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Martyr. Hey, can we get some like fireworks going on here?
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Reject political violence. He just called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, and he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. What the fuck does he mean we should be against political violence?
A beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our community safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
Dude, chat, I'm just gonna be totally honest, chat.
How do you not stand? You not stand. I'm asking this Congress
He's
to pass
so
tough
cringe.
legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat
I can't
offenders
do
are
this.
put behind bars.
My head hurts,
and
chat.
importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround
You're literally a
was
convicted
20-year-old
criminal,
West
bro.
Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick.
He was a legal asylum seeker let into this country under Trump. So if he's saying that he is letting immigrants in who shouldn't be here, okay, and who's to blame?
Evilly, your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Wait. Never mind.
Dean, I wonder what commentary that they want you to add right now.
Yeah, I technically have the stream on 1.25 speed, so I don't really think I'll get a flag or anything from TikTok right now.
We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny?
Bro, I knew he was going to do this.
It's just some bullshit.
Cambodia and Thailand. Pakistan and India would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds.
I'll just take one of those as an example to show y'all that he's lying. He said that he ended a war between the Congo and Rwanda. So Rwanda has been genociding the Congolese people for a very long time now, and they're paying M23 rebels alongside some Ugandan troops to go in there and get it done for them. So he struck a deal between the two countries saying that, well, they're going to pull back some Rwandan troops, okay, if Congo gives the U.S. some of their minerals. And they did. But this does not account for the M23 rebels and the Ugandan troops that Rwanda is funding, proven by the UN, to genocide the Congolese people. There are still people dying. The genocide has continued because only a very small minority of the troops in the country were truly Rwandan. So that's just an example to show you the nature of his misleading statements and claims surrounding the wars that he's apparently ended.
At a very low level, it's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Why did J.D. Vance start clapping? He knows that's his replacement.
Yeah, for real.
People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead, of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug, and they dug, and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And They finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25.
Remember, he said that he would end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day 1. We're now over day 400, and we don't see anything. We see no progress.
That's to America, wherever
Maybe
we
it'll happen in
must.
the future.
That's why in a breakthrough
It's gonna
operation
happen
last
tomorrow.
June, the United States military
2 weeks
obliterated
from now.
Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death.
By the way, the person who is responsible for changing that policy of don't let Iran have nukes is Trump. He pulled us out of the denuclearization agreement that we had with Iran, which prevented them from building any nukes, the JCPOA, in his first administration.
And hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again. And are at this moment, again, pursuing their sinister ambitions. We
All
are
right,
in
Dean, I think I'm
negotiations
going to
with
get
them.
off.
They want to make a deal,
I've been
but we
on for
haven't
like
heard those
almost 2 hours, and now
words. We will never
really brutal to deal with,
have
man.
No worries, Parker. You have a good rest of your night, man. Take care.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'll give you a
Yep.
second to. You have to
Yep, you're good.
turn off the thing, right?
You're good.
Alrighty, for sure. Good seeing you, man.
Yep, good seeing you, Parker.
Peace, peace, peace.
Show some love to Parker in that chat.
But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
By the way, just want to shout it out real quick. We have more viewers than ABC.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
Why is it always peace for everyone else, but not for us? Like, obviously, our country's not peaceful. We're very divided because of Trump. He's literally defending the execution or murder of citizens in broad daylight. You call that peace?
Dollars have no choice in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because, as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country.
Once again, very misleading. We have the highest level of unemployment since the pandemic, most manufacturing bankruptcies, and worst jobs report last year since 2003 if we ignore recessions.
And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO.
There you guys. The stream is
Now they're paying
really
5
lagging.
as opposed to not paying 3. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid.
How much will it matter how much the other countries are paying into NATO if we destroy NATO? Which is exactly what would happen if he follows through with his invasion of Greenland.
And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776.
Which they took out of a DoD housing subsidy, by the way.
The money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have.
He's
we have
lying.
much more money than people understand.
That was proven to be a lie. He did not get that money from tariffs. It was a reappropriation of already pre-approved DoD expenditure.
And they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to. I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do.
I'm surprised he could count, honestly. W. Trump, he could count from 1775 to 1776. Good for him.
Law enforcement. We
Very
love our
surprising.
firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore.
Yeah, because we committed war crimes in the South Caribbean. He double tapped a suspected narco boat that, by the way, we still don't have any evidence for, which was in violation of the 8th article of the 2nd Geneva Convention. No, the 12th article of the 2nd Geneva Convention, and then the 8th article of the ICC. So it did amount to a war crime.
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gain.
So Nicolas Maduro was a dictator, and then this new lady is the president, even though they were a part of the same regime, and neither of the two were voted for by the Venezuelan people. I feel like that proves that he's just using words that further the narrative that what Trump do good in any circumstance whatsoever.
To the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook, carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing. And people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Guys, okay, all right.
Thank you, Eric.
So far, we are 2 hours into the President's State of the Union. I'd assume that we have less than an hour to go.
There's one last living.
Hopefully. I don't know. I'm starting to
more heroic American
struggle.
aviator.
I'm starting to
Navy
struggle
fighter
a little
pilot.
bit if you
Royce
can't
Williams
tell.
served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law.
What the fuck? The first thing you have to say after giving the Congressional Medal of Honor to a Vietnam War vet that nearly fucking died and is now like 95 years old, had spent his whole life struggling with PTSD, is, I should get it too. I'm sorry, that's actually one of the crazier things, one of the more disrespectful things I've seen Trump do. Dude, not even 3 nanoseconds after this Nam vet gets the award to recognize his lifetime of struggle, Trump says I should get it too. Unreal.
Oh, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you.
He got shot in the ear. Give him the Purple Heart.
Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we
I'm going to leave this running,
from the chains
but I'm going to go
of
use the
fascism,
restroom.
Communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel, and then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture, and now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of Providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, is that it? Are we done? Yeah, I think that's it. I turned the sound on the speakers in my office when I went to use the restroom. I heard him saying, "Oh, like America is so great, literally God's hand. You know, we dominate everything. You know, we push everyone else regardless. Just the American, USA type shit." I can't lie, definitely didn't beat Biden's "We own the finish line." He's trying to be him every day. Yeah, it looks like that was it. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and run a poll on what y'all thought about the State of the Union. So I'm going to start that right now over on TikTok. Unfortunately, on YouTube, I only have the ability to see the chat, not to start a poll. Drop a smiley face if you liked it, sad face if you didn't like it. Y'all know the drill. Let me know down below. After we finish running the poll, I'll go ahead and give my thoughts, but that's it for the night for the State of the Union. Okay, it looks like a vast majority of the viewers that we have over on TikTok are not a big fan, and I wasn't either. What I heard from Trump tonight is exactly what we've been hearing from Trump for the last 10 years. A constant demonization of his political opponents, constant hypocrisy. He said, "I hate political violence." 10 weeks ago, he said, "The 7 Democrats in Congress need to die." Okay. A constant attack on the marginalized. He painted undocumented immigrants for 45 minutes straight as the poison of the blood of our country, as the losers, as the violent murderers, as the gang members, as the pedophiles, as the rapists, as the bad guys, when that's just simply not true. We heard him announce a handful of policies, and then for the last 45 minutes or so, he spent his time recognizing others with, of course, that incredibly...
You're looking at video now of President Donald Trump as he makes his exit from the U.S. House chamber. He has been giving what is now the longest State of the Union address in our country's history.
Wow.
He broke that record tonight, but he's shaking hands with a lot of those members of Congress who often line the aisles in moments like this, mostly probably Republicans, if I had to guess, but wanting to get that moment with the president after his address, after multiple rounds of standing ovations from...
Yeah, so that's the longest State of the Union address in history. Well, okay. All right. Yeah, I'd say the wildest thing we saw there was when he awarded the 100-year-old Vietnam veteran with the Congressional Medal of Honor, which this veteran has likely spent his life waiting to receive, from the struggle of almost dying in Nam to the years and years and years of PTSD that have followed, not likely. And then the moment after Donald Trump gave him this award, he turns around and he says that I deserve this award too. Keep in mind here that Donald Trump actually dodged the Nam draft. He claimed to have bone spurs. He got a fake diagnosis from a doctor and dodged the Nam draft. So how disrespectful is that for a draft dodger to be telling a 100-year-old Vietnam veteran that just got the Presidential Medal of Honor that he deserves one too? I found that very disrespectful. Not even 3 seconds after. But, I mean, like I said, I don't think that we heard much from Trump tonight that we haven't heard already. I mean, I think that there's a big loser moment where he was like, stand up, or you suck to the Democrats, you know. We went over that earlier. That was expected. I mean, he's done that at, a handful of his State of the Unions. But for everybody who's still with us, first and foremost, congratulations. You made it through. I mean, that was a little bit difficult even for me. So congratulations, you made it through. Now, if you don't follow me, you're new to the channel. We do debates every day. We talk to Trump supporters. We try to change their mind. I think that Trump is the worst president of my life, your life, and the lives of all the other viewers in the stream. And we go through why every single day for 4 hours. So hit that follow button if you haven't already over on TikTok. I'd assume there's quite a few people that are in here that are new. Same thing with dropping a sub over on YouTube. We do a stream 7 days a week for 4 hours. And they're pretty fun. Sometimes crazy, sometimes terrible. But I'm going to go ahead and end for the night at this point in time. One thing I would like to say here before I do get off is there was so many of you guys who showed kindness, right? Regardless if it was on PayPal or Venmo. Usually I will take a moment to thank y'all in the debates, but of course, because we were reacting to and watching the State of the Union, I didn't. So just know that I did read them all to myself, and I'm so very grateful for you all. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub and a like on that stream on YouTube. That's it for me for the night. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Oh, I have to end the YouTube live stream. 1 second. I'm not at the right page to end the... There we go. Peace and love.